Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and you do have two sessions for your darting enjoyment today, live on Sporty Stuff TV. We are going to conclude the Group C action for you this morning and early this afternoon. Over the next 5 hours, you will see 15 matches to see which two players will progress to the finals on Saturday night. We have had some Group A action on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we did have a little bit of Group B action going into the early hours of this morning, which saw the likes of Matt Dennant and Daryl Pilgrim having a very good time of it, winning 3 of their 4 matches. And there will be 3 players going through that group a little bit later on for Friday. But before we get there, we will remind you of what happened in Group A. And it was Josh Payne who came through that group. He's had a little bit of relaxation yesterday, and he will get a little bit more today before the anxiety returns for the possibility of winning another weekly title for Saturday night for Josh. But Matt Jackson and Kevin Painter, who took part in Group B last night and early this morning, they will return a little bit later. As for Graham Hall, Colin Osborne and Lisa Ashton, they all graduated towards Group C. And over the last 24 hours, we have seen those guys have a little bit of success, more so for Ashton. But Dave Pallett yesterday, he was exceptional. He was the only person in the whole group to average over 90 for the day, and he did so comfortably. If it wasn't for a last game defeat, he would have finished the day with a perfect 10 points. But at 8 points, level with Lisa Ashton, he does have some work to do today, possibly in his first couple of games, just to give him that little bit of comfort. Only 2 players, I have to remind you, will come through this group, and 4 players will go home after this and will have to wait for another opportunity to come back for some financial reward. When they get to Saturday night, it will be 3 players who will graduate to the Champions Week, which will start on the 5th of July. But before we get to Champions Week, we have to finalise who makes to Saturday night. And we're going to start in Group C today with Lisa Ashton on 8 points and Ryan Furness, who unfortunately found himself at the basement of the table here on Thursday. It wasn't Ryan's day yesterday, it had to be said. 5 games, 5 defeats. And he's up against a player with very different motives today. Ryan can probably play with a little bit of relaxation because he's not expecting to get through this group now. 8 points adrift. And even if he does win all 5 games today, 10 points is not going to be enough. But for Lisa, she's thinking, if I can win this game, and if I can beat Graham Hall in Game 4, I'll be getting very close to a place in the Saturday finals once again. She has been there before.
First leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
So let's talk about Lisa's day on Thursday. A running average of 87.42.
100.
Slightly better than her live league career in 2022. Because this is the first year she's been playing here, of course. She's raised her average by
25.
about a point. She only had the 1 maximum, but that's no shock to us. She doesn't hit a lot of maximums.
85.
But her finishing yesterday was better than most. 48.5% on her doubles.
91.
And if you consider her highest checkout yesterday was 85, there was just a plethora
60.
of really good, small finishing, clinical stuff when it needed to be. This is good from Ryan.
140.
And it's going to need to be better than yesterday. We'll talk about his stats in the next leg.
45.
He did lose to Lisa yesterday by 4 legs to 2. And it was one of Lisa's best performances of the day.
100.
90.45, and doubles were excellent once again at 57%. Whenever you get 4 wins from 5 on
96.
a Thursday,
Manual car 145.
you're doing very well. Lovely setup there from Ryan.
115.
Could this be the first ton plus checkout of Group C for Lisa? Maybe.
Game
Definitely.
shown the first leg. Lisa Ashton.
And just when Ryan Furness is thinking, I'm going to get a really tidy start to the day, Lisa says, I'm not having any of that. I'll take that out and start.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Pretty typical of what's happened to Ryan the last 24 hours.
135.
He had a lot of decent averages yesterday. 89 in his first game, another 89 in his second game,
60.
another 89 in his third game. And he averaged 87 against Lisa, so it was very consistent stuff.
140.
But he was constantly punished for misses at doubles. Checkout percentage yesterday of 29%. And that's a good 5 or 6% down on the median average for doubles here at the Live League, which is usually around 34 to 35%. Did get 6 maximums and a running average of 89.
64. Raniel car 120.
In fact, his running average was 87. I do beg your pardon. He's not going to take this one out, but I must stress at this point,
89.
because there is no likelihood really of him qualifying through this group. He could be the spoiler.
100.
He could play with no pressure.
Game shot on
And
the
he's a very
second leg,
dangerous
Ryan
player
Furness.
when he's got no pressure on his shoulders. Maybe that leg does prove it. 13 darts, best leg so far in the match.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And I know what you're saying, there's only been 2 legs. But it's still the best leg of the day so far, isn't it?
100.
Whatever you're doing today, I hope you have a really nice Friday. And, of course, if you are tuning in via the United Kingdom on Sporty Stuff TV,
100.
just take some care with the heat today. We are going to have a bit of a sweltering Friday. Make sure you've got a fan next to you. Stay in the shade.
140.
Why not just plunk yourself down in front of your smart TV or your smart device and watch a little bit of darts today.
140.
We'll give you a break of about 8 hours between the sessions today, so that'll give you plenty of time to
60.
maybe go and get some sun. But we have had plenty of people getting in touch from overseas. Canadians, Australians,
60.
people from all over Europe. Wherever you're tuning in from, we welcome your company. And get in touch again
45.
today if you wish. At Darts Live League, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. And please remember also that if you are choosing to have
83.
a gamble
Lisa
on
car
anything
156.
that is happening today, please do so responsibly, over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
60. Raniel car 118.
Fantastic first dart.
78. Lisa
Misses
car
out
96.
on another ton plus checkout for this match. Lisa's got the first one. Has she got this?
Game
You
shot on
bet
the
she
third
has.
leg. Lisa
That's
Ashton.
what her game is all about. She may not be the heaviest scorer, but she is lethal at finishing legs off.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And it's so funny to look at the averages that have just flashed up there. A difference of 14 points, but Lisa's in front.
81.
Timing. That's what it's all about.
$96.
One thing I will say about this entire week is that the standard has been excellent. Group A averaged over 89 for the first couple of days.
100.
Yesterday, Group C averaged 88.6. That's a very high standard. That's above the average by about a point and a bit.
95.
Doubles were good. Almost 37% for all of the players. I suppose that was inflated by the prowess of Ashton and Pallett.
83.
Pallett was really good yesterday. One of the best first day performances of any group I've seen.
58.
We'll talk more about his performances when he plays in match 2 against Graham Hall. Conan Whitehead and Colin Osborne will complete round 1. And when you look at the table, 5 of the 6 players are still in contention.
43.
But the likes of Hall and Osborne on 4 points have got a lot more to do than the likes of Pallett, Ashton and Whitehead.
137.
Good contest, as Furness has maintained that high 90s average, leaving 42 after 15 darts.
137. Ranuqual 42.
And he knows he has to hit this.
Game
And
shot
he
on
does.
the fourth leg. Ryan
For 2-2, he's causing problems for Ashton, but the one thing that Lisa has retained so far in the match is that advantage of throw.
Fifth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
This
96.
is invaluable practice for Lisa. She's got some really big stuff coming up. She may not have had the best time in Holland over the past weekend, where she lost out to Laura
85.
Turner in the earlier stages of the Dutch Open.
$60.
But she does have Women's Series events with the PDC coming up very soon. And that will finalise the field for the Women's World Match Play, which will take place for the first time at the Winter Gardens in late July. I'm sure she was
83.
ecstatic when that news was announced. And it will take place on the final Sunday of the competition, and the whole thing will be on
59.
Sunday afternoon. The men's tournament will take place over 9 days, starting on the Saturday night, which is the 16th of July. And everything will conclude on the 24th. But on the 24th of July, we could see Lisa Ashton become the first Women's World Match Play champion. Considering her glittering CV,
94.
she would love to be the first woman to do that.
132.
57 needed for Ryan. Game changer.
82.
It wasn't in.
Lisa Duqual 47.
More ways than one. Minor scare there for the Lancashire Rose.
39.
She can't put it right.
50.
Maybe that dart coming out of the board was a blessing. Well, it's now double 15. It wasn't a blessing. I just thought
42.
leaving 50 was better than 25.
8.
It gave him a few more options. Ashton
Game
finds
shot on
a
the fifth
3-2
leg.
lead,
Lisa Ashton.
and everything so far is going on throw. So if we follow that, Ashton will win this one by 4 legs to 3.
Six leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We are going to pay a bit of attention to the leg difference. Currently,
60.
Dave Pallett is very comfortable at plus 11 at the top of the table. Ashton on plus 6. Conan Whitehead 2 points
60.
behind Lisa on plus 1. What Lisa needs to do is maintain positivity.
57.
She's constantly moving in the right direction, leg difference wise. The points will take care of themselves.
140.
She's inching closer. But Ryan hasn't lost his throw yet so far.
125.
Doesn't look like he wants to relinquish it this time in leg 6.
140.
But if there's one strength that Ashton has, maybe better than 99% of lady players on the planet, is her ability to finish the job.
99.
She is going to get a look at that 62. And if she takes it, she will be top of the table.
85.
Having played one more
62.
game than everybody else in the chasing pack. Another for double 16.
30. Ryan, you acquire 115.
One match start missed. Treble 20 needed.
99. Lisa, you
Ashton
acquire
getting
32.
a second crack of the whip.
Game shot
Consider
and the match.
whip
Lisa
cracked.
Ashton.
That's a second consecutive win in around about 20 hours for Lisa over Ryan Furness. It was a typical Ashton performance. The average didn't need to be high, but the checkouts were excellent. And she gets her first ton plus checkout of this group as well. So she goes to 10 points and she hands over to someone like Dave Pallett to see if he can stay up in that top 2. Dave Pallett will play his first game next. He's up against Graham Hall, who needs a win early to stay in with a challenge here in Group C. Coming right up after the break. Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Lisa Ashton has got her first 2 points of the day. Can Dave Pallett follow suit to join her on 10 points? He's now up against Graham Hall. Graham has had a very tough week. He's played some very good matches, but he is coming into Friday with his back against the wall. But this 32-year-old has been phenomenal over the last 24 hours. We'll get into his stats in a minute. Now, both of these guys are 32 years of age. Graham Hall is
First
from
leg,
Stratford
David, to
upon
throw
Avon.
first. Game on.
Just one of the plethora of excellent dart players that live in Warwickshire. If you want to live in a county in England and test yourself against some of the best, Warwickshire's the place to be.
180!
But that is Dave Pallett's 10th 180 of this group already. He had 9 yesterday. There was only one stat
60.
that he didn't top yesterday. Just one. He didn't get the highest finish.
100.
That was done by Conan Whitehead, 134. But Dave shared second best on 120. But his day
135.
was immaculate. 96.55 for a running average. 4 wins from 5. 9 maximums in
128.
total for Thursday. 50% on checkouts. I don't say this lightly. Yesterday, Dave Pallett was world class.
139.
And if he plays like that
David
today,
93.
he will qualify. What a start.
$57.
Not quite.
Graham
They were
Newcar,
very close.
167.
It will be somewhat harsh of him to lose this leg, but he still could. Not anymore. Dave's best leg yesterday was 11
102.
darts.
David
He
Newcar,
could have had an
36.
11 darter in this first leg of his day.
Game shot in
He's
the
going
first
to have
leg.
to
David
settle for a
Pallett.
14 darter. And when it comes down to 14 darters, they are world-class legs. But that looked like a somewhat pedestrian 14 darter.
Second leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Purely because it took him 4 darts to take it out.
125.
The only person to beat Dave Pallett yesterday was Graham Hall. That was over 7 legs in game 14. Even in defeat, Pallett averaged over 94.
57.
He does have the luxury of that defeat, but only if he has a strong day today. With Ashton now ahead of him on points,
140.
and Conan Whitehead on 6 points, he is definitely not safe. He has to remain sharp and focused over his first 3 games today.
60.
As for Graham's Thursday, a pretty good running average of 89.71.
60.
Believe it or not, that is 5 less than his running average in Group A this week. And he still found himself in the bottom 3.
94.
And if he has any ambition of qualifying from this group to make his first bow into a Saturday night for finals, I've got to think he's winning 4 matches at least today. He may even
100.
need to win all 5. This is a tough school here at the Live League. It's not meant to be easy.
140. Graham Newcar, 76.
If Graham Hall misses this, expect Dave Pallett to go 3 bulls.
$36.
I've seen him try
David
this before.
$150.
Might depend what mood he's in. He's not feeling frisky. He's got his sensible head on.
58. Graham, you acquire 40.
I'll talk more about that 150 in a second. Hall for an equalised game.
Game shot on the
Finds a
second
16
leg.
darter.
Graham Hall.
Good standard in this game so far. Still a 3-figure average for Pallett, but he doesn't have the luxury of sitting back and waiting.
Like David to throw first.
He
Game
must
on.
remain positive and urgent.
100.
In fact, the 3-figure average belongs to Graham Hall, not Dave Pallett. I'm looking at the wrong side of my stat screen. There it is.
$95.
Yes, 3 bullseyes for Dave Pallett. Has a bit of a story attached to it.
180.
Second 180 there for the man residing in Newport. But he was playing against Michael van Gerwen in a PDC ranked event. And he left 150.
93.
This is how the story has been told to me. He went for 3 bulls. I believe he hit the first 2. I don't think Michael took too kindly to it.
140.
Because Michael, on purpose, left 150 later in the game and hit the 3 bulls just to teach Dave a bit of a lesson. I would have loved to have seen
100.
that.
David, you acquire 81.
Double 12.
Game shot
It's a
on the
little bit
third
better
leg.
than leg
David
1.
Pallett.
But on his own throw, he's throwing some really good scoring, isn't he? He's been on a double after 10 darts on both occasions.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
We did see 3 bulls recently in a European Tour event. Thanks to Simon Whitlock against Daniel Larson. That was in the Dutch Darts Championship.
180.
If you haven't seen that on social media, where have you been? Hiding under a rock? Three 180s already in this match. And we're only
92.
3 legs in. How many more could we possibly get? The record for a live league match for individual 180s is 7.
140.
And that belongs to Josh Payne, who is comfortably sitting in the waiting room for Saturday night.
$58.
Strange old game this. Pallett on his own throw is amazing scoring wise. But against the throw, he's not finding it.
$49.
That's a luxury that Graham can afford. That trebleless visit. I say trebleless, I mean big trebles.
100. Graham Yukar 100.
Going bull here's a mistake. You want to just go for the 60s. Try and hit a ton or a 92. Leave yourself on a double. That looks good.
100.
So does that. Exactly the right thing to do.
$100. Graham Yukar 32.
Not too pleased with that last dart, but he did lean over when he delivered it. That's something that does creep into his game now and again.
Game shot on the
Graham Hall
fourth
takes a
leg. Graham
13
Hall.
darter. The legs that we're seeing in this game, breathtaking so far. 13, 12, 14,
David to
brilliant
throw first.
stuff.
Game on.
Yeah, we've had a 12 darter from Pallett,
94.
14 darter from Pallett. A 13 and a 16 from Hall. This is a world-class game. When you consider how they played in their 7 legs yesterday in match 14, it was very good, but it wasn't this good.
$134.
A little bit of board flexibility there from Pallett. 60 blocked, stayed up top, and went for the 54. Good thinking.
$125.
I don't know whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage for the likes of Conan Whitehead and Colin Osborne to see Pallett and Ashton play first.
140.
I personally think it's a disadvantage. You could well see both of those players bagging 2 points each and creating this gap.
140. David O'Connor,
4
133.
points with only 4 matches to go. But in the case of Whitehead and Osborne, they will have 5.
59. Graham O'Connor, 140.
Are we going to get a game-changing shot? Highest checkout yesterday for Graham Hall was 114. That could change. You see the disappointment with that second dart. He gave it a chance.
100. David O'Connor, 74.
This is the biggest visit of the match so far. Double top.
54.
Not quite.
Graham O'Connor, 40.
Just under-delivered. We have not had a breaker throw yet. We might get one now.
Game shot on the
and it is
fifth
with
leg.
another world-class leg. 13 darts, and he is having one of his best performances ever in his live league career.
6 leg Graham to throw first. Game on.
106.05 the average now. When you consider Pallett is almost on 99. That's how good this performance is.
180.
And it might be getting better. He's getting into personal best territory.
131.
Good response from Dave, who will have plenty of support coming into today. If you've got an idea of who's going to win this week,
95.
kindly share it with me. I tried to do a few tips for last night's session, and I got most of them wrong. Third 180 of the match for Pallett. That's now a total of 5 in the match, including the 2 that Graham Hall has. He might be on for a third himself. Wow.
180.
This has been some performance from Hall. And if he takes that 46 in 2, he could well have a personal best.
60. Graham O'Connor, 46.
It might just drop below. But all he wants are the points. Double 16.
Game shot on the match.
Astonishing
Graham Hall.
from Graham Hall. One of the best performances we have seen in the live league. But for him, it could well be his best. It is. It's a new personal best. He's beaten his 109.31 from his last visit. 110.59 is the best we've seen all week long, thanks to the 80% checkouts. That was the separating factor. But the scoring in that game in the middle portion was astonishing. Really good stuff from both players. Pallett slightly dented from that one, and he has 101 average in defeat. Whitehead and Osborne have been shown the way. How to get points? You just got to follow that, gentlemen. It's over to you after the break. Welcome back, darts fans, and I think a marker has been laid down by Graham Hall. From a standard perspective, we have not seen any better all week. More points for him? Will it be more points for Whitehead or Osborne in match 3? I'm happy to say that Colin Osborne has ditched his purple shirt and has gone for the black and white today. That's only my personal preference, but black and white is the colour for Conan as well. The man from Rainham is back and has a realistic shot of qualifying today. Only 2 points behind the top two, Pallett and Ashton. But as far as Colin is concerned, he has got a lot more to do, being 2 points further adrift.
First leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
Conan yesterday started, I'm not going to say slowly,
100.
but he did grow into the day. Started with some steady stuff around the 87 average mark. And then started to grind things out.
45.
With some really good stuff. 3 wins from a possible 5. A running average of 86.29.
140.
And his consistency was such that his best average was only 1.5 points above his average for the
100.
day. So he didn't do anything spectacular. He just constantly delivered consistency.
100.
The one thing he wants to brush up on is his doubling. Now, we haven't seen Conan here for a little while, since last year. But even he would admit that having 30% on doubles is not quite good enough.
119.
I didn't think he was going to go for that bullseye. He obviously wanted to send a message himself to the rest of the field with the biggest check out of the group so far.
100.
But not the biggest check out of the week. That was found by Matt Dennant last night. He found a 170.
34.
And there it is again. We've already had 3 misses at double in leg 1. He's fortunate that Osborne is adrift.
97. Conan, you acquire 8.
Double 4 right next to his favourite.
Game shot on the first leg. Conan
Gets across the
Whitehead.
line in leg 1. It's a very similar standard in that first leg to what we saw from him yesterday. It may just be good enough to get the points in this
Second
game.
leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
We are at the stage in this group as well
22.
where we're in that 6-pointer scenario. If you follow football, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's not just winning 2 points, it's denying your opponent 2 points as well. The gap between these two players in the table is only 2 points at the minute.
96.
If Whitehead wins, it widens to 4 points with only 4 matches to go.
43.
So you would have to say that Colin Osborne really needs to win a minimum of 4 matches from 5. Otherwise, he's not going to go to Saturday.
140.
He did win a week earlier this year in Phase 1. He won week 4. Beating
41.
Mr. Ashton along the way. But at this point, it's more likely that Lisa is going to qualify for Saturday
97.
than Colin. It has been a tough week for him. Only averaging 84.7 for this group yesterday.
125. Colin, you
He's been
acquire
putting in some hard
146.
yards recently. Playing a lot of darts. It might be beneficial for someone like Colin to have a little break over the
55.
summer and then
Conan Newcastle,
recalibrate for the autumn.
152.
Depends what he wants to do, though. We know what Conan wants to do.
120. Colin
He's
Newcastle,
getting
91.
increasingly frustrated with the misses at double. What can Colin do on double 16?
Game
A
shot in the
tremendous
second leg.
fix.
Colin Osborne.
There was a little shake of the head from Conan in the background there. Watch this. The old eye roll and shake of the head as if to say, oh yeah, you're going to hit
Conan
this,
to
aren't
throw
you?
first. Game on.
We saw plenty of that from Kevin Painter last night, unfortunately,
97.
because people were finding doubles against him. That 170 that I mentioned for Matt Dennant came in the first leg of their contest last night.
55.
And Kevin had to wait until his fourth game to win the first leg of the contest in a match.
41.
But boy, did he finish well. 143 checkout with his last 3 darts of the night. And even on 2 points, he's still in with a chance
43.
tonight. Don't forget that that will be live from 10
100.
p.m. local time. 10 matches for you, and then we will take during the day Saturday off before the finals on Saturday night.
140.
£2,000 is available to these guys if they win the whole week. But just getting to the finals on Saturday night does have its financial rewards.
99.
But in order to return for Champions Week starting the 5th of July, you must reach the top 3 on Saturday.
99.
And in order to be in the top 3 on Saturday, you must qualify. So you can't get ahead of yourself. He fancies this one as well.
139.
He's getting closer.
Colin Newcastle, 164.
He's having plenty of cracks at big finishes. 152, 161, 164. He's missed them all with the final dart.
95. Colin Newcastle, 25.
Got to be clinical.
17. Colin Newcastle, 69.
If Osborne takes this, he'll get his first break of throw. Possibly punishing the misses of Conan, of which there have been 8 of them.
Game shot in the third
That's
leg.
the difference
Colin
between these
Osborne.
two. Colin's got the lesser average, but he does have the lead, courtesy of some really excellent outer ring work.
Fourth leg, Colin to throw
2
first.
hits from
Game
2
on.
attempts, whereas Conan, 1 hit from 9.
It
Must be frustrating to think that if he'd been just a little bit more accurate, he could have been
100.
3-0 up. Now he's 2-1 behind. That's a very different scenario.
135.
Osborne's starting to find his range as well. That's a worrying sign for the man from Kent.
94.
Kent, a very, very fine county. Nicknamed the Garden of England. Has had some fine players over the years.
85.
When I think of Kent, I always think of Steve Douglas, fine left-hander, who I haven't seen in quite a while, but if you are watching Steve, I hope you're well.
48.
Always very jovial with Steve Douglas. They've also had the likes of Josh Payne, who is still in this tournament, of course, this week. Clive Barden, who played at Lakeside.
38.
And many, many more. Decided to go for the maximum, and a
180.
very good plan it was. Osborne failed to get to a finish. Whitehead does get there. But again, it will depend on what he does on the outer ring.
123. Conan Whitehead 79.
One dart at tops.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fourth
what a
leg.
lovely
Conan
assist
Whitehead.
that was from the other dart. I don't know whether you saw that, but it shook on its way through, and it gave it a lovely flick on at the back post for a back of the net.
Fifth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
And I assure you, he misses that tops. He's 3-1 down.
60.
It was interesting for me to see this morning these guys arriving here at the Live League, and almost none of them were wearing their darts attire in
140.
getting here. They were all in shorts, apart from Lisa Ashton.
44.
Days like today where it is sweltering hot outside, and we will continue to try and air condition this room as much as we can. But we have to turn the air conditioning off during the game because it messes with the flight of the darts.
135.
You might see some players changing shirt.
83.
One of the biggest tricks in the book were players at the World Match Play, which is one of the hottest tournaments of the year. They used to put a spare shirt in a
97.
fridge stage side. Some of them even used to put a spare set of darts in the fridge. I bet you didn't know that.
58. Colin Whitehead 129.
And Conan broke straight back in leg number 4.
89.
But it could be a third consecutive break of throw in this match. Now that Colin is back at tops after 12, a great leg.
100. Colin Whitehead 40.
Hasn't missed a double yet, and I don't mean to put the commentator's curse on him.
Game shot on the
What
fifth
curse.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Beautiful 14 darter from Osborne, who never hesitates in getting back to that hockey when he gets that break of throw. If he serves it out here,
Sixth
it will
leg,
be
Colin
another
to throw
4-2
first.
scoreline.
Game on.
That's what we've had so far in our first 2 matches. 4-2 to Ashton, 4-2 to Hall.
41.
I'm constantly thinking of new ideas for the live league.
180.
As we get 2 maximums now from Conan in this match. I always thought it'd be quite funny if we had 6 players in a group and they weren't allowed to wear their own shirt.
96.
Maybe you had to wear your opponent's shirt or use your opponent's darts.
92.
Just to make it fun. It's the kind of thing we could possibly do for sport relief, for charity one day. I may have to mention that to our producers. I think it would be quite funny to see
100.
Colin Osborne in the somewhat larger shirt of Conan Whitehead. Colin's always been one of the slimmer dart players on tour,
79.
more athletic looking. If you consider he hasn't really put much weight on over the course of the last 10 years, he has looked after himself.
100. Conan Whitehead 150.
Stay there. Another big out attempt.
120.
So he's missed 150
Colin
on
Whitehead
double 15,
164.
152 on double 16, 161 and 164 on the bull. Based on the amount of chances he's had in this game should be
122.
done.
Conan Whitehead 30.
He's going straight for it. Got to go for it.
15. Colin, you require 42.
Big gap between darts 2 and 3. Offers Osborne the chance to finish this one off. To get himself on the same points as Whitehead.
Game shot on the match.
That's exactly
Colin
what he's just
Osborne.
done. His leg difference is not that healthy at this point, but winning by 4 legs to 2, our third 4-2 of the day, will just get things a little tighter in the chasing pack. 89.44, but again, it's the checkouts. They're making all the headlines today. It was 80% for Graham Hall in the last game. It was 50% for Ashton. You want to win matches today, you got to hit those doubles, that's for sure. Round number 2 will start in the next game, and 2 winners from round 1, Hall and Ashton, will grace the hockey next. Hello folks, and Group C is starting to get very interesting indeed. Just when we thought Dave Pallett would be the person to catch, It's Lisa Ashton who is at the top of the tree after round 1, but she's got plenty of people looking up at her. Graham Hall has put down a marker for the day, but now he has to maintain that for the rest of the day. He's 4 points behind Lisa Ashton in this table, and she's now in a position that she's very comfortable with. She's number 1
First leg
in
is
the
Graham
Women's
to
Series
throw
Order
first.
of Merit.
Game on.
She's been a world number 1 before, world champion many times. This kind of pressure is nothing new to her at all.
140.
Basically said, because she has a 2-point lead at the top now,
180.
she gets her first maximum of the day. If she wins another 3 games from here out of 4, she's safe.
100.
The rest of the field would prefer if Graham wins this game.
59.
But like I said, that kind of pressure on Lisa is something that she shouldered for years and years and years. We are actually approaching almost 10 years
41.
since she won her first world title. Some people live day to day.
180.
2 180s in a leg. She barely got one in the first 6 matches of this group. Now she's got 2 in a leg. I was going to say some people find it very tough to shoulder the responsibility of being world champion.
60. Lisa O'Connor, 82.
Others were born to do it. 73 turns into 88. It's all right, you got it right. And she also got that right as well.
Lisa Ashton.
What a great leg that was. 2 180s in there, and as soon as she hits the treble 19, she's thinking, have I got that right? Yes, you did.
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on. 100.
That was, in fact, Lisa's best leg of the week. Now, there's never a bad time to have a 12 darter,
84.
but maybe, just maybe, one of the better times to have one is against someone who's just averaged 110
97.
to stop them in their tracks. If Lisa was to go on and win this game, it would be the 3rd game won against the darts in succession so far
93.
today. And it would also put her 4 points in front of Dave Pallett on 8 points.
98.
She would be getting very close to safety. If in doubt, win all 5 games today and get 18 points for the group.
140.
That's what I'd be saying to myself. Don't slow down. Just keep going.
100.
And I have to re-emphasize, and I'll probably say this every game she plays today, this competitive action that she's got in preparation for the Women's Series next week is the best preparation she could
100.
possibly
Lisa
have.
O'Connor, 106.
Oh,
90.
just misses
Remy
out
O'Connor,
on a ton
84.
pluser there for a 15 dart consolidation. Graham Hall's got to go for the 14s. Now, if that really was for the single, it's a big miss. He's
35.
missed again.
Lisa O'Connor, 16.
Lisa knows where this is.
No score.
But
Graham
can't find
O'Connor,
it.
49.
What a huge opportunity for 2-0. 4 missed darts for a 2-0 lead. And she could see her throw broken. And
Game
does
shot on
in
the second
17
leg, Graham
darts.
Hall.
That section of the board is starting to be more kind to Graham Hall. He's had some issues with it over the last couple of days, but
Third
not
leg,
so
Graham
far
to throw
today.
first. Game on.
He can count himself very fortunate to be level at 1-all.
$45.
That makes everybody laugh when you do that. All of a sudden there's a magnet on that treble 5.
55.
Most darts are magnetic. If you stick a magnet next to them, they will stick. If you weren't
100.
paying attention in science class, there are 4 metals that are magnetic: nickel, cobalt, steel, and iron.
140.
And most of the points are made from steel. And there are some darts out there made of nickel tungsten. And some of the barrels can be magnetic too.
134. $96.
Good plan there from Lisa. 60 would have left to finish. Regardless of that, she's back in the leg. Hall is now in control of this match after being hit hard at the very start. And that's his first maximum of this game.
$123. Graham, you acquire 42.
I'm not entirely sure whether that was the right play. Double 16 again.
Game
He
shot
took
on
a
the
little bit
third
of
leg.
extra time
Graham
on
Hall.
that third dart, trying to be precise, and it worked. He's now 2-1 up after a really bad start for him.
Fourth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
It's not as if he started poorly. It's the fact that Ashton started brilliantly.
100.
Are we going to get another group like Group A? Both of these guys were involved in Group
100.
A. The points total at this stage of Group A was ridiculous. It was so tight. We
100.
had no idea who was qualifying. But it's Ashton who has won 2 of their previous matches this week. In fact, she has won the last 2. 4-2 and 4-0 after Hall won 4 legs to 3
134.
on Tuesday. It's like I always say, if they're having a 5th meeting of the week,
100.
it's a good thing, because it means they've both qualified for Saturday night. He is on it today.
180.
He's now equalised the 180 count at 2-all. And if he's going to play at this standard all day long,
100.
who's to say he's not going to
87.
qualify? It's going to take something Herculean to beat him. Double 18.
Game
Look
shot on
at
the
what he's
fourth leg.
doing.
Graham Hall.
He's been hitting plenty 11 darters this week, and there's another one. And it does take his average over 100 for the first time in this match.
Fifth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Coincidentally, Lisa's average is exactly 100. She has tasted defeat this week with a 100 average.
55. $140.
And have a guess who beat her in that match. It was Graham Hall. It was the last game of Tuesday. Hall put in a 102.94. Lisa with 100.28.
123.
She hit 3 doubles from 3 attempts. And this game is extremely similar to that contest from Tuesday afternoon.
60.
If someone was to ask me right now who's going to qualify from this group, I couldn't definitively tell you who's going to do it.
121.
Because this guy refuses to go into the night quietly.
$100.
And he is playing at a higher level than most players all of the time. He averaged over 94 for Group A earlier this week and didn't even get in the top 3.
58.
You can't continue at that standard and continue to fail.
$60. Graham, you
Doesn't get
require
there
144.
with a treble to make things just a little bit easier. So Graham may have 6 darts from 144. He may take it in 3. That's a bad dart. 79 is not the kind of number you want to be left with on one dart. Well, that leaves double 11.
122. Lisa Carr, 141.
Needs this. Might get it. Oh, it's close.
117.
What an effort.
Graham Carr, 22.
But after getting a 12 darter in the very first leg, since then, she's needed shots like that just to cling on to Graham Hall, who has been exceptional once again.
Game
And that's
shot in
in
the match.
for a 4-1 victory. Their head-to-head record for the week is now 2-2. But 2 games from 2 on Friday for Graham Hall and 2 exceptional performances. Believe it or not, that's 13 less in an average from his previous game. But for the second time this week, he has defied a very good performance from Ashton. Almost 100 from her once again. We'll look at the table when we come back, but match number 5 will follow as Osborne continues his challenge towards the top 2 against Ryan Furness, who is now mathematically eliminated. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. This game that we have in match number 5, which will signal the end of the first third of action for Friday morning, is all about Colin Osborne. No disrespect to Ryan Furness, he's now eliminated, but it's all about what Colin Osborne can do. The table stipulates that Osborne must stay in the fight. And at 5th position in the table, he is still very much in this. And that win for Graham Hall in the previous game, believe it or not, was a very good win for Colin and for Conan, who Colin beat in his first game
leg he's trying to throw first. Game on.
I thought Colin was going to leave him hanging there for a second. He's not like that.
140.
But it's going to be 4 games of freedom for Ryan Furness. At 0 points in the table, no wins from 6. He's not going to qualify for Saturday night.
30.
But he could well scupper the chances of somebody else. I've seen people qualify for Saturday night
59.
with much less prowess than Ryan has shown over the last day and a bit. I've seen people get there with 83, 84 averages before.
60.
But the standard is such at the Live League now, and the comfort levels of the players are such that people averaging 87, 88 are not qualifying
123.
anymore. I had a cheeky throw myself in the room this morning for about 20 minutes, just checking it out.
81.
I can confirm, and I'm not just saying this, it is a very good throw. And for all of our darts fans out there who might not know what that
95.
means, there are throws out there that feel good and some that don't. Dart players prefer dark backgrounds behind the board,
60.
like we have in
84.
this room with the black and yellow. If it was very bright, the players wouldn't like it. It puts them off in their eye line.
52.
That's why you're seeing such a great deal of quality here in this room over the last 18 months.
80. Ranu 32.
First blood
Gain
to
shown
Ryan
the first
Furness.
leg. Ryan Furness.
He got 2 legs in the first game. He's got his first very quickly here. It is on throws, so Osborne has got to keep pace.
Second leg Colin to throw first. Game on.
The doubles have been the story of the day.
100.
Ashton 50% against Furness in match 1. Hall 80% in match 2. Osborne 80% in match 3.
54.
And Hall 67% in match 4. If you double well, you're going to win based on what we've seen already.
70.
The next game after this is going to be a big one. One of 2 things is going to happen. Dave Pallett is going to join Lisa Ashton on 10 points. Or Conan Whitehead is going to be on 8 points with Graham Hall and possibly Colin Osborne. Things are getting super tight once again.
125.
The only person who's not under pressure is this guy.
60.
He can enjoy the rest of this group. He can make plans for Saturday night. He's not going to be here. And in a strange sort of way,
140.
if I was in his shoes, I would enjoy that. Watching everybody else squirm. I can just go into the room and think, okay, let's have a game
55.
of darts.
Colin
Let's enjoy
Newcastle
this.
66.
But there's something addictive about the rush of playing well and being under pressure.
54.
You don't see that very often, do you? Treble 18 for double 6.
60. Colin Newcastle 12.
Everybody loves double 6. Usually. He does now.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin
He
Osborne.
could have put a spirit level on top of those two darts and it would have been absolutely perfect. It was perfect in the end because it's now 1-1.
Third leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
The stems that Ryan Furness is using almost look like a spirit level. There's a little bubble inside them. That is stem technology that dates all the way back to the 1970s.
85.
You used to be able to walk into a local sports shop and say, "Can I have some bubble stems?" Made of plastic with an air bubble in the middle for balance.
99.
Some things never change.
$85.
Well, some things have to change, don't they? If you look at Colin when he was playing at his peak in 2009, 2010,
100.
he was using a dart that was golden, short stem, and a pear-shaped flight. Oh, how things have changed. His
100.
game has evolved. And there were many people, including myself, that thought maybe Colin Osborne had had his day.
58.
One of the best things I've seen during the pandemic and coming out of it is the resurgence of this guy and the amount of hard work he's put in to get back to this stage.
Ryan Car
is extraordinary.
164. $59. Colin Car 155.
That would have been his biggest finish of the week so far.
57.
Best of the year stands at 132.
105.
Ryan is dreaming of 105.
65. Colin Car 98.
Could this game change right here? It hasn't caught fire yet. Both players averaging in the high 70s.
39. Ryan Car
Doesn't help when
40.
you miss a single like that.
Game shot on the
Didn't
third
matter
leg.
anyway.
Ryan Furness.
He wasn't going to get another shot at a double. So it is 2-1 to Ryan Furness. And if he does win this game, Osborne is definitely going to be behind the 8-ball.
Fourth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
It's not all doom and gloom when you're averaging 75.
55.
As long as your opponent is in the same sort of vicinity. But don't underestimate the fact
60.
that someone like Colin is playing his 4th session in the morning this week. That's tiring. I meet many
83.
people on my travels who somewhat flippantly say, "It's only a game of darts. It's not that hard."
60.
And I challenge people who say that to me to throw for 3 to 4 hours and tell me what their arm feels like the next day.
84.
Most of them can barely lift that throwing arm. So don't underestimate the fitness of a dart player in being able to throw these projectiles for hours on end.
60.
And if you add all the days together, for Osborne, for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, it's somewhere in the region of 20 to 25
54.
hours of play. That is hard.
$23.
It's also what they go through mentally as well. The concentration factor is very similar to long distance driving. You're always in a focused state of mind.
80.
It's not just the players who have it tough as well. The referees and all of the backroom staff deserve a huge shout out. They all have to stay focused in their own way.
60. Colin
to
Car
bring you this production.
145.
We all hope you enjoy it. And the only way Colin's enjoying leg 4 is if he wins it.
130.
Which he may still do. He didn't want that bullseye though.
$94. Colin, your car 15.
Yesterday he left 19. And he hit the 19. This time,
Game shot on the
15
fourth
hit
leg. Colin Osborne.
in the right way. 2-2 in this one. And when you look at his leg difference, it's -1. It's
This leg
not
Ryan
that
to
far
throw
away
first. Game on.
from the chasing pack. That's what makes this group even more intriguing. Lisa Ashton's at the top with 10 points and +5.
60.
Pallett, 8 points, +9. Whitehead, Osborne and Hall are all separated by
97.
1 leg. So you tell me that every leg doesn't count here. It genuinely does.
134.
Osborne could go on to win another couple of matches and be on the same points as somebody in second place. But if he wins this game by 4 legs to 3 instead of 4 legs to 2,
55.
that could be the factor that means he doesn't go through. Better
140.
from Furness. His second 140 plus throw of this match. And when you consider we're into leg 5,
100. Ran
that's
you a
why the
car
average is in the high
167. 139.
much better leg though. Double 14, left after 12. Osborne somehow has to break this guy. He hasn't been able to do it yet.
Ran you a car 28. Game shot on the
13
fifth
darter
leg.
and the
Ryan
best leg of the
Furness.
match by some distance. A really good 5-visit leg. And if he does that again, you feel it's going to be 4-2 to Furness.
6 leg Colin to throw first. Game on. $121.
He has been backed into this kind of corner all week long. It's one of the reasons why he was in the bottom 3 in Group A. He's been
81.
scrapping all week. There haven't been many games that he has dominated. Having said that, he did dominate Furness yesterday by 4 legs to 1.
100.
But he had the darts in that game, and that was a telling factor. The averages are worse today than they were yesterday. And you would
140.
pretty much assume that this game is being played in Ryan Furness's wheelhouse. And he looks pretty ready to get it
60.
all done and dusted. His first dart over the last couple of legs has been spectacular.
140.
Only one 140 plus score required to finish the job.
140. Ran
And
you
if
a
he
car
finds it,
140.
it's 4-2 to Furness. Over to you,
55. Colin,
Can
you
you
require
survive?
80.
Can you stay in this? Double 10. That could be the biggest miss of this group for
70.
Colin.
Ran you a car 85.
Could cost him the match. Match start at the bull.
60. Colin,
Was
you
not
require
far
10.
away. If Osborne misses this high, it could be awkward.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
doesn't miss
sixth leg.
it.
Colin Osborne.
And we now have to talk about the scenario of Colin winning the last leg. And if he does, he will be on the same points and the same leg difference
The
as
final
Graham
leg,
Hall.
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
If you'd offered him that scenario before this game started,
140.
he would have had your hand off. But he still has to do what he can't do in the first
60.
3 legs where Ryan has thrown first. He can't break him. And he's at it again with that first dart. He's not missing now.
140.
And after getting only a couple of 140 pluses in the first 4 legs of the contest, all of a sudden he's dipping his bread in the ketchup plenty.
140. 42.
That's about as big a chance as Ryan has offered up on his throw over the last couple of attempts. Osborne's got to take it. He is. A monstrous maximum.
180.
You love to see someone hitting a maximum with their very final attempt at it in the contest. But he's going to need
Colin
to take 301 in 6 to win the match. He doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
29.
Ryan chose
39.
to leave 39. Double 16.
Game
A
shot
hammer
in the
blow
match.
to
Ryan
Osborne
Furness.
as he loses his second game of the day. It was a brilliant contest, but the tail of the tape is the fact that every leg went on throw. Colin just could not break him. He couldn't find that 1-2-1 at the end, which would have given him those 2 valuable points. The averages weren't that great, but the tail of the tape for the day has been people winning games with excellent doubling. And that's exactly what Ryan Furness has done to get his first 2 points of the group. Well done, Ryan. Welcome to the points table. Dave Pallett and Conan Whitehead, 2 good pals from years gone by, will do battle in game number 6, a very big game in our table. That's coming up right after this. last game that we had saw Ryan Furness finally get off the mark and dent the hopes of Colin Osborne towards the bottom of the table. He still has a chance of qualifying, but Conan Whitehead, who reaps the benefits of that defeat for Osborne, now has to do himself a favour against Dave Pallett. These two have a game in hand, and Pallett is looking to join Lisa Ashton on 10 points after she lost her second game of the day against Graham Hall.
First leg is Davey to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, this one did not last long. Something like 7 minutes. It was the best performance of the whole day from Dave Pallett.
92.
80% on doubles and an average in excess of 103. He will be hoping for exactly the same.
94.
He does not want to be staying on 8 points here for 2 reasons. One, if he does lose, his opponent will join him on 8
100.
points. But it would also mean there's a logjam on that number, with Graham Hall joining Pallett
60.
a couple of games ago. Make no mistake though, a win for Conan here is good for Lisa Ashton. It would ensure that
100.
she is at the top of the table going into round 3.
$140.
I still have no idea who's going to qualify from this group. There are certain times, and last week was one of them with Chris Murphy in the commentator's chair,
60.
that groups can be done by this time. The only thing we know from this group is that Ryan Furness is not going to qualify.
100. David
But there are
Duval,
times where someone has
149.
won the group already at this stage. Not this week. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
That
leg.
is
David Pallett.
very grand. Brilliant from Pallett. Huge message to his opponent.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
Conan's going to be thinking he's going to do it to me again, isn't he?
41.
Started with a 4-2 loss to Graham Hall. But it's not as if Dave Pallett played poorly. He lost with a 101.81 average.
60.
Did miss a few doubles in that game. That's what cost him. But there's no shame in losing to someone averaging 110.
140.
Such a wonderful dart player. First maximum of the match comes from Pallett. And when you look at him throwing like that, you wonder what could possibly go wrong with that throw.
40.
That's as good a position for a dart player to be in pre-throw as you could wish for. He only has one little
140.
weakness. And when you see him throw at the start of the next leg, just watch out for it. On his third dart, he tends to lean over a little
52. David Duval, 121.
bit before he throws that dart. That's his only weakness. That's okay.
81.
And so is that. Laying up for tops after 12. It doesn't matter what Conan does here.
140.
He could have hit a maximum.
David Duval, 40.
But it's all about what Pallett does now.
Game
And what
shot
he's
on the
done
second leg.
is
David
plant a
Pallett.
14 darter in to elevate his average to, you guessed it, 103.66. The exact same average as his game yesterday with
Would
Conan.
like David to throw first. Game on.
Watch out for this third dart. falls over a little bit. Did you see
60.
that? If I was coaching him, I would try and eliminate that, but it is a very common fault, even amongst highly talented players.
85.
But yesterday, at 2-0, Pallett was averaging 103.66. Exactly the same amount of darts delivered for the 2-0 lead today.
81.
At the end of the match, that was maintained.
$45.
29 darts equals 103.66. 15 darts, 14 darts.
140.
He won't really care about his average. He just wants the 2 points. And he knows that if he wins this game, he goes back to the top of the table because his leg difference is superior
85.
to that of Lisa Ashton. Match number 3 of today. For all of the players will follow this match. And Dave's third game is against Ashton. That was the only game that
85.
Ashton lost yesterday.
David McCarr 120.
Seems to me like Conan has not found what he needs to take on Dave Pallett in this
100.
game. He is coasting to a 3-0 lead potentially.
$100. David McCarr 20.
Double 10. Getting there. And gets there.
Game shot on the third
His
leg.
average has
David
slowed
Pallett.
down to the mid-90s, but like I said, he doesn't care about that. All he wants is one more leg.
Fourth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
And if Pallett gets it against the throw here, Conan is going to be sick of the sight of Pallett. Because it would be 8-0 over
85.
2 matches. And he would be the sole reason why Conan's leg difference is obliterated. It stands at -1 at the minute, which isn't catastrophic.
56.
But what he doesn't need is 2 players 4 points ahead of him with 3 matches to go.
22.
And that's exactly what he's staring at. A 4-0 victory for Pallett is bad for Whitehead. It's bad for Osborne. It's not exactly ideal for Graham Hall.
92.
We might be reaching the point where there's a bit of separation starting to happen.
60.
Both of these guys have represented their country in the past.
59.
I just wonder if they have kept their England shirts in a safe place. I know that if I was representing my country these days, I would keep at least one of my shirts. That's what I have done in my career, actually. I have my first ever Australian
58.
shirt in a frame. I'm very proud of it. All of my World Cup representative shirts. Whilst at the PDC World Cup, I've got one of every one of those.
95.
I don't want to frame them all. I don't have enough wall space for them all. Although it would make a rather nice wall piece if I get all 5 in a
140.
row. Maybe one day. Look at this. And he went for the maximum as well.
Conan McCarr,
There's a lot of
136.
thought in that. I actually really like that play. Because if he got a single 19 with the
96,
previous
David
dart,
McCarr,
he could have only
59.
had 1 shot at a double. This way, he gets 2 to win the match.
Game
Brilliant.
shot on the match. David Pallett.
8-0 over the last couple of days, and I know that there's a big smile on the face of Conan right there, but he is a little bit sick of the sight of Dave Pallett. It's not the average from yesterday. It's around about 9 less than what he did on Thursday, but 93.94. And again, it's the checkouts, isn't it? It's a big pattern of the day, and we can't ignore it. 57% in that high checkout of 149. A great display, in Pallett at the top of the table with Ashton on 10 points after this round of matches. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it is going to be round 3. Could be key to see who stays in the top 2 positions. Hello and welcome back to round 3 of our matches for Group C on Friday here at the Online Darts Live League. These two who will go head to head now, Hall and Osborne, have got issues, but they can do themselves a favour by snagging 2 points here. In round 3 we are going to see a battle of the top 2, with Ashton taking on Dave Pallett in the very next game. But Osborne's been dealt a blow by losing to Ryan Furness in match 5. If he does not win this game, Graham Hall will also join Pallett and Ashton on 10 points.
First leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
And we will be at the stage where Osborne's elimination is imminent. With only 2 matches to go, he could only get to 10 points, and one of those players on 10 is about to make 12. So, with that in mind, we have to communicate to all of the Aussie fans out there. If he doesn't win the next 3 games,
180.
he's going to be gone. His leg difference is at -2 as well. It's not as healthy as Ashton and Pallett.
80.
The closer his games are, the less likely he can get out of this jam. The same sort of jam for Whitehead, who now is the only player not to win a game on Friday. He'll take on Ryan Furness in match 9. And if Ryan Furness double dips in 2 matches in succession,
100.
Whitehead will be gone as well. And it will turn into a 3-horse race.
Quite
a lot of people going to Royal Ascot this week. I'm sure they've had a wonderful time in the heat. Everybody getting dolled up in tops and tails. It's not the kind of thing you see at the darts.
60. Graham Yorkar 121.
People dressing up as traffic cones and members of the Marvel Universe. That's how we roll. Bullseye for the first leg.
96.
You can
Colin
see that there was
Yorkar
nothing between the point and the wire of that bullseye. A great attempt. Can Colin do it? Oh, he can!
Game shot on the first
15
leg.
darter from Colin Osborne, and that is his best finish of the week, usurping his 116 from earlier on.
Second leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
You don't do what Colin's done over the last few years in rebuilding his throw and his darts career without having tenacity.
100.
Everybody's looking to book their spot into Champions Week, of course, to join Robert Owen, Gavin Carlin, and Robert Thornton. They were our top
95.
3 from 7 days ago. Well, it's actually 6 days ago. Here's me thinking it's Saturday already. Not quite.
135.
There have been some very impressive finishing stats today. Some great averages too.
59.
And when you consider the lowest doubles percentage in a winning performance so far being 50%, that is astonishing.
21.
So what are we going to get from this game? We've already had a 1-2-1 on the bull.
99.
Just another week where there's plenty of darts action going on. You've got Live League this afternoon and tonight. PDC World Cup taking part
97.
in Frankfurt, and Six Nations international matches in the WDF up in Scotland. Wherever you're playing your darts
62.
or watching your darts
Graham
this
Yorkar
weekend,
148.
all the very best and enjoy. I've just noticed it's a very
60.
coordinated setup here that Graham Hall has with the black and green. I wonder why he's chosen that colour combination. Usually when someone does that, it's got some sort of heritage background or
95. Graham
maybe something
Yorkar
to do with a
88.
football team. Maybe somebody can get in touch and let me know. Anybody can get in touch today. You can see our Twitter address on the bottom of your screen. 14 for Hall.
60.
Oh, and he went the other way.
Colin Yorkar 91.
Much needed. He went for the double 17. I don't blame him.
51.
Eventually finds it.
Graham, you acquire 28.
Unfortunately, one dart too late.
Game
Double
shot on
14
the
is found
second
for
leg.
Graham Hall.
Graham Hall.
And he picks up the second dart, which he dropped. But it doesn't matter. First dart was in the requisite target. It's now level after 2.
Third leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Fine start
180.
to get the second maximum of this match. His first. It's no shock to see two players in the mid-90s averages here. There's no excuse, really. And I say that somewhat harshly,
58.
I would say. There's no excuse not to play well at this stage of the week. These guys are playing their 4th consecutive day.
40.
Osborne's record against Hall this week. He lost the first 2 games. The first one by 4 legs to 3. Then by 4 legs to 2. But in this group
45.
yesterday, it was Osborne who got his first win against Graham Hall for the week by 4 legs to 2. And it was a good game. Both mid-90s averages.
60.
Both having very competent double statistics in the 40%. In fact, there was a time at this time yesterday where Osborne had not beaten Graham Hall or
59.
Lisa Ashton this week. He changed that against Graham, and he must keep doing it. Otherwise, he knows he's going back
85.
home first thing tomorrow morning. Or maybe even later today, depending on his plans. He does not want to go home.
140.
He wants to be
Colin
coming back
O'Connell,
in July.
136. $96.
July is going to be one fine month for darts. July is always about the World Match Play. And we've got 2 World Match Plays this year. The men and the women will have
59.
World Match Play
Colin
crowns
O'Connell, 40.
to vie for.
Game shot on the third
2-1
leg.
Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
He must put his foot down now. He wants to win this game, yes, but he needs to start winning by margins.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
I can't remember a time where social media has talked more about
100.
different formats. And whenever the World Cup is on, everybody starts talking about the fact that it should be more pairs. And I've even said it in my own articles that there should be more
100.
pairs. And even the World Seniors this week on social media have said, have you got a tournament idea that you think would work for the seniors? Please get in touch. Well, if you have an idea, get in touch with them.
180.
But I don't think the format of the Live League is going to change anytime soon. It's exciting enough.
177.
Colin Osborne with a real response there to that maximum from Graham Hall. Just when you think the 180 was the play, he still gets 3 big trebles.
140.
Again, this is a tremendous game. Osborne is not letting go. Is he going to go 18s?
98. Graham, you acquire 81.
He went that way because 126 is an inviting number. Double 12. And it's a 12
Game
darter
shot
from
on the
Graham Hall.
fourth leg, Graham Hall.
His average goes up to over 95 now. This is very much following what we had from these two yesterday.
Fifth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Marginally, it is actually better than that.
59.
This is where these players expect to be most of the time. And everybody's going to have a bad game every now and again. But if you're putting in the hard yards, you would think that averaging between 93 and 96 is possible all of the time. It's extremely encouraging for Colin that first dart is finding the bottom section of that 60 bed. That's where he can put things together.
$140.
There have been plenty of 140s in this game so far. In fact, there have been 740 plus scores without counting the maximums, of which there have been 3.
96.
Wherever you look on the stat sheet, it is impressive.
$60.
Doesn't want to go out into the night again, Graham Hall. He's played well all week. Doesn't want to be noted as one of those players who plays well
96.
and constantly gets eliminated.
161.
It's happened before, twice. In Group A this week and in Group B a few weeks ago.
$137. Colin Ricard, 110.
And yet again, Colin Osborne is having to scrap for points. Double 18.
Game
That
shot
is
on the fifth leg.
marvellous.
Colin Osborne.
And he still has not missed a double in this match. 2 ton plus checkouts of 121 and that 110.
Sixth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
He's not over the line yet, though.
140.
That's experience right there. He wasn't set. He wasn't comfortable. And he didn't throw. Therein lies a lesson for our younger viewers.
48.
If you're not comfortable, step back, reset. It's a mark of how competitive today's action has been that we've only had 1-4-0.
180.
We've had 4 maximums now. 3 belonging to the person 3-2 down.
9.
The closer this match is, the worse it is for Osborne. And it's going to go to 3-3. You can't conceive that Hall is not winning this 6th leg.
$95.
Just makes himself feel a little bit less pressure there with that last dart. Not that he should have felt it anyway. He's a good 360 points ahead.
100. Graham Newcart, 86.
It's not often you can leave your opponent sitting on 344.
$62.
This is not the most vital battle in this match. The most vital battle is yet to come when Osborne throws first after this.
85. Graham Newcart, 24.
It's a bit like a boxing match. You're coming to the end of round 6 and you know for a fact you've lost this round. You're focusing on the next one, which is just about to start. Yesterday's game was good. This one has been better. What will happen in leg 7?
7th and final leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Point of no return for Osborne. Lose this leg. He's not going through.
81.
He's got Ashton after this. And Pallett. So he does have the top two in his sights. But he must have them in his sights with 8 points
57.
in the bank, not 6.
100.
It's steady without being spectacular. Spectacular is exactly what Graham Hall needs.
125.
Didn't need that deflection. 319 is a horrible number. Just ask Colin, that's what he's on. But he
121.
responds with 2 biggies after. Must switch.
99.
Intelligence. Always leave 220 minimum instead of 219. 220, you're 4 darts away from winning the leg. 219, you're 5
85.
darts away. That's why he was thinking about the switch. Just a reminder that Osborne has not missed a dart at double in this match. He's had 2 ton plus checkouts of 110 and 121.
100. Colin
If he hits
Osborne,
this,
140.
it will be a perfect doubling performance, and he will defy a ton plus average from Hall. To stay in this group.
74. Graham Uwakar,
First
120.
miss at the outer ring. I think Osborne may be at peace at the back of the room with the fact that Graham Hall might pinch this game. Is he about to have his heart thrust from his chest?
80.
They've both missed
Colin
one
Uwakar,
at the same
40.
target. Hall is beside himself. But he's getting another visit.
20. Graham Uwakar, 40.
Not meant to be for the Wizard, potentially. As Hall comes back to break Osborne in leg 7. And he thinks his group is done. He was right.
The match, Graham Hall.
Graham Hall wins and goes to 10 points and joins Pallett and Ashton on that mark with that 100 average. It was a great performance, but boy, did he dodge some bullets in the end. And if he does qualify through this group, he may look back at that contest and think that was the point where I got a little bit fortunate. No fortune for Dave Pallett and Lisa Ashton. It's all been in their own hands. And one of them is about to go to the top of the table and reach 12 points for the very first time. We'll be right back with that game. we've got 3 players on 10 points and only 2 can qualify through Group C. So we've got a very exciting second half of our Group C action coming up over the next couple of hours. So I hope you've got a cup of tea ready for this battle of the top 2, Pallett and Ashton. Graham Hall has got himself off the floor this morning and is now gaining on Ashton and Pallett. But there is going to be a small gap between one of these players and Graham Hall.
Looks like it's Lisa to throw first.
In the next 10 to 15 minutes. Ashton started the day with a 4-2 win over Ryan Furness. Then lost to Graham Hall in match 4. We haven't really had any poor games today. The finishing has been
100.
Sensational from most of the players. We've had some really good questions on social media over the last few
95.
minutes. And we've indeed had a tweet from Jim McEwen, one of our phase winners from 2022. Hope you're well, Jim. Whatever you're doing this weekend, have fun and be successful. But he makes a really good
100.
point, actually, and I want to bring this up. Throughout the last couple of years since we started this project, we have put in a lot of hard work.
43.
And these players are constantly putting themselves under pressure to have some really good darting times and
45.
to inflate their confidence for some other challenges. This now has become a firm favourite with all of the
100.
second-tier players in World Darts. And Jim says that it is very, very difficult to play 4 or even 5 days straight. And if anybody out there is losing a bet
96.
or is displeased with the performance of a player and then voicing that concern to that player via social media, don't. That is not the right way to do things.
David Ducal, 160.
The players have put up with a lot of very bad messaging from people over the last couple of years, and it needs to stop.
140. Lisa Ducal, 46.
Double top for Ashton.
Game shot on the
Consider
first
leg 1
Lisa
in the
Ashton.
books in no time at all. This one could be very, very good and very pacey. Pallett has got to play at his own pace.
Second leg David to throw first. Game on.
Of the two, he is the slower. But I think, based on what we've seen from all of these players today,
140.
Ashton is the fastest. Just to re-emphasise what Jim McEwen was saying on social.
60.
Some people think that these players have ulterior motives. They don't. They all want to win. There are financial rewards for winning. For getting to Saturday night, for getting to Champions Week. All of these guys and girls
100.
are desperate to win. Just like I will be when I play in September.
100.
Well, we've had another question as well, an interesting one actually from John, who has somewhat,
100. David
in a
Ducal,
trivial
81.
sense, asked me why I don't use the microphone on my headset. I'll answer that question in a second. Double 16 for Pallett.
49.
Lisa can't strike from her position. We might be in for another close match here. We've had 2 that have gone the distance already.
140. David Ducal, 32.
2 16s for a level game.
Game shot on the second
Finally
leg.
done.
David Pallett.
Stops Ashton from getting a bonus shot to get a 2-0 lead. And this one has got potential written all over it.
Third leg Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Yes, John, the reason I don't use the microphone attached to my headset is because the sound
59.
quality for commentating has always been better with a lip mic. That's what I'm using today. It eliminates any exterior noise while I'm speaking.
140.
And the kind of microphone I'm using for this job is what a lot of sports journalists use worldwide.
100.
I hope that answers your question. Don't be afraid to fire a few more over before the end of the day. And we will take a few more tonight from 10 p.m. Remember that Group B will be
92.
seeing its conclusion a little bit later on with the likes of Darryl Pilgrim and Matt Dennant at the top of the table. Lee Cox on 4 points. Matt Jackson and Kevin Painter on 2. Still very much in the hunt, but need a good start later on tonight.
105.
Pallett again, running an average in 3 figures. He's having one of the best group campaigns
45.
that I've
David
seen
Lucar, 164.
statistically. It's scary that he's not safe yet.
124.
He's far from safe. He may well be safe in leg 3.
137. David Lucar, 40.
He's mounting a very large assault on Lisa Ashton
Game
in
shot
this
on the
game, and
third
he
leg.
takes a
David
2-1
Pallett.
lead with a 13 darter. He is rapidly returning to the oche to try and make it 3-1.
Fourth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, Pallett averaged 96.99 with half of his doubles successful. Ashton with an 86 average and hit 3 doubles from 3.
100.
She didn't do a great deal wrong, and today it's happening again. She's had 1 shot at double and she's hit it.
100.
So against Dave, she's not getting enough shots at the outer ring, but when she gets there eventually,
58.
she's finding it.
60.
There's been such a lovely focus about Pallett the last couple of days.
57.
I think he would admit that over the last 10 years, there have been times
81.
where he may have lost his cool a little bit. What I'm seeing from the 32-year-old this week is maturity.
180.
And I have to say, Dave, it suits you.
$60. David Lucar,
Not
106.
far away from a 3-1 lead now. Exactly what he craved. Double 18.
88.
He will return for 18 points. This is match number 8 of our schedule.
18.
This is the halfway point. Double 4.
Game
And
shot on the
Pallett, with
fourth
that
leg.
pinpoint
David
double
Pallett.
4, does not allow Lisa Ashton a shot at 100. Very wise, Dave, because she's hit that more than once this week.
Fifth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
She's in trouble.
100.
If she is to go on and lose this match, she could really do
60.
with Graham Hall not winning against Conan Whitehead in match 11. And Ryan Furness could do her a favour in game 15 as
140.
well. But before we even get there, Lisa's got to play against Conan herself and Colin Osborne.
94.
This is going to go down to the wire. Pallett is still thinking about
140.
winning the rest of his games. Today he's won 1 and lost 1. I go back to what I said a few games ago.
140, Alicia Carr.
Sometimes it's not just about the points. Each leg goes towards that leg difference count, which could be vital.
90.
I'm not really sure that going for the bull there was the right play, but she is a very aggressive player.
55, Alicia Carr, 31.
I hate this number. It haunts my dreams. Double 8.
15, David Lucar, 152.
This 152 goes. 31 will haunt the dreams of Lisa Ashton for a little while. Another. Double 16.
120, Alicia Carr, 16.
So close to a second 4-1 win against Ashton in 2 days.
Game shot on the
He's not
fifth
going to
leg,
get it.
Lisa Ashton.
Ashton clings on after a mismatched dart from Pallett. She has been excellent on her doubles today. She's going to have to remain that way.
6 leg David to throw first. Game on. $96.
The only two players who will have
26.
3 games left after this are Whitehead and Furness. And we already know that Furness can't qualify. Conan can only get to 12 points.
140.
I don't think that's going to be enough. Conan needs a miracle.
96.
It definitely didn't help that his good friend Pallett drilled him 4-0 for the second day in succession. That's where Conan's challenge has fallen down.
60.
This has got to be big.
And
And it doesn't get any bigger than that. Should look at the bullseye.
105.
Very sensible. He may have some weird and wacky ways of finishing, but on the whole, he does things the right way.
David Lucar, 100.
This way, he could get 2 darts. Doesn't get any.
80. Lisa Lucar, 62.
And Lisa survive once again. Double 16. Double 12.
38. David Lucar, 20.
She's had her chances. She's now missed 6 darts at double in this match.
Game
Pallett
shot of
doesn't
the
miss
match,
anymore.
David Pallett.
And he does the double over Ashton. And he's the one who makes it to 12 points first. 96.33. His average actually came down by about 5 points over the last couple of legs. Ashton did raise her game a little bit against Pallett today, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough, as Pallett is back in the number 1 spot with a little buffer on his side. Conan Whitehead will take on Ryan Furness in the last of our round 3 matches next. If Conan Whitehead loses, he's going the same way as Furness, out the door. Hello and welcome back as we will now conclude round 3 of our matches here for Friday morning and Friday afternoon. Conan Whitehead is at the point of no return and going up against Ryan Furness. He needs to find 2 points. There we see the top 3 are doing battle. Conan is not out of it. He's still got 3 games to go. But he doesn't just need 3 wins from here against Furness, Ashton and Hall.
First flag, it's
But he
Conan
needs
to
results
throw
to
first.
go his way as well.
Game on.
He could do with Dave Pallett winning his next 2 matches. That's the only way that Conan
85.
can qualify. It's one of those unenviable positions where he needs everything to go his
60.
way. And if you say that to me, you think, no, it couldn't possibly happen. But you're listening to someone who needed about
28.
7 things to happen for him to lose his tour card in the PDC, and every single one of them happened.
81.
It was a rather ridiculous set of circumstances. So anything's possible as long as it's still there. All you can do is your part.
85.
And the first part of that is to win here, and he's going to have to win big as well. His leg difference has plummeted to -5. He
140.
could really do with a 4-0 victory. We've had a very good question from Christian Jones on Twitter. Thanks for getting in
93.
touch, Christian. Mentioning that our production is brilliant as always. That's always nice to hear.
Round
He's
last score
curious
was
as to
140.
how many people we have here for the live league production. Well, we have our players. We have our referee. We have some people backstage like myself. We have people who input the statistics. We have some other production staff, and of course,
100.
these cameras don't switch themselves. We have somebody who operates that software. We do have a players marshal who looks after the welfare of the players.
123.
If you think it's just me, Paul Hinks, and the players, you'll be wrong. There's quite a few more. Not to mention all of the people who facilitate all of the other aspects like accommodation and things like that.
80. Conan, you acquire
And
87.
of course, getting all the statistics to me, which is done by the brilliant Mark Walker. 5-5 for Conan.
Game shot on the
Beautiful first leg.
Conan Whitehead.
It was an 18 darter, but that was a beautiful checkout, wasn't it? Aggressive in its nature.
Second leg, Ryan to
One
throw
down
first.
and 3 to
Game
go
on.
to get that ideal scenario of 4-0.
81.
Like I said, this will be the end of
100.
round 3. And after this, Lisa Ashton will take on Colin Osborne for the 4th time this week. And she's protecting a 3-0 winning record against Colin.
140.
Oh, how much she craves a 4th. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
43.
Two differing players here when it comes to dart shirt design. Ryan going for the
140.
just one colour, golf shirt style. Whereas Conan has got an identity with that dart shirt.
94.
Very him. Couldn't possibly be anybody else. One of the best dart shirts out there.
40. 140, round your
Two
car,
treble visit
100.
there from Conan. Just to get himself in touch after that slip on the previous visit for Ryan. There's only one way to fix it.
Game shot on the second leg, Ryan Furness.
No pressure on Ryan Furness whatsoever. But he does find himself a 100 checkout just to make things more awkward.
Third leg, Conan to throw first. Game on. $125.
There you see the averages, and Furness is on a 96 after a couple of legs.
44.
That's not too bad at all. I wonder what he's going to be doing this weekend. Is he going to be cheering on England in the World Cup of Darts?
70.
They will enter the tournament later tonight. And they've got a horrible draw against the Czech Republic. One of the better teams without a seeding position.
57.
But when it's Michael Smith and James Wade, England have got every hope in that tournament. But it is not a lot of people are tipping them. I've heard
57.
An extensive amount of analysts within the game going for Australia, Belgium, and the Netherlands.
$140.
Yesterday when they played, it was 6 legs, both averaging in the 80s, and it was the lesser of
99.
the two averages that won the day. That came from Conan. In fact, his average was 4.5 points less than that of Ryan Furness.
60. Conan your car, 150.
His doubles were better by 15%. Made the right play there, going for the 60.
114.
Was the aggressive route, but he didn't need to. He wants to leave shots on treble 18 and double 18 as well. He loves that corner of the board.
100. Conan your car, 36.
It's up for debate as to whether he likes it as much as Rob Cross.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, based
Conan
on that
Whitehead.
double, I'm going to have to say that he does. 2-1 up, halfway to the promised land of another 2 points.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Let's face it, Conan should win this match. He's got the darts.
60.
And I was making a point yesterday about these Group A scenarios and the Group C scenarios, where you will have the darts in 2 matches one day and 3 the next.
140.
And it was scary to think that Dave Pallett had such a good day yesterday, having the darts only twice.
59.
Same goes for Lisa Ashton. She had the darts twice yesterday, 3 times today.
180.
This is foot down stuff from Conan the Barbarian. I wonder if he's ever been to a Halloween party dressed as Conan the Barbarian.
58.
If he went dressed as a traffic cone or something like that, I'd be very disappointed.
$90.
Great leg of darts. You don't expect anything less from a former England international.
140. Conan
A person who
91.
has a personal best in a PDC ranking event of 115.
Game
That's a
shot on the
gorgeous
fourth leg. Conan
His
Whitehead.
best leg of the week. In fact, his best leg yesterday was 13 darts. That's bettered that by 2.
Fifth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
You don't see many Conans around. It's one of those rather unusual names.
180.
But this is fast becoming a very unusual performance. And I mean that in a very, very nice way.
60.
Now I'm just going to type into my little database here Conan's name. And there
100.
are 3 Conans in darts. Conan Whitehead, Conan Ugal, and Conan Siuholun,
140.
who I am suspecting is from Eastern Asia. But I suppose the most famous Conan in the world is Conan O'Brien, the chat show host from the United States, who also used to be an executive producer of
43.
The Simpsons. He used to write a lot of episodes for Matt Groening as well. You can tell I'm a Simpsons
100.
fan, can't you?
$56.
That makes things just a little bit more icky for the next time round. He really wanted to be in 2-dart range.
105. Conan Rukar, 122.
But he likes 18s. He needs 4 of them. Only gets 2.
90.
Eventually
Ranu
gets
Rukar,
5.
96.
Conan's thinking, don't hit a double here. And he doesn't. He did the right thing, actually, going for the double-double shot. But Whitehead for 2 valuable points. And a leg difference in this match of +3.
Game
That's
shown
exactly
in the
what he
match. Conan
has.
Whitehead.
He is not out of this yet. He will scrape and claw and be in this battle until he's eliminated. 97.85 is one of his best performances of the week. 100% on the checkouts. Unbelievable display of finishing. And considering how good the finishing has been today, that is the best we've seen. Well done, Conan. 1 down, and you've got to win the next 2 if you've got any chance of qualifying. That's the end of round 3. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's Lisa Ashton looking to get to 12 points again, up against Colin Osborne, who she has not lost to all week long. Things are heating up in this table, and we still have 4 players who can qualify from a possible 6. Osborne is eliminated, and Ryan Furness cannot do anything from 6th position. But what can Lisa Ashton do against Osborne here in her own fight for the top 2? She has stumbled a little bit over a couple of games today. 1 win from a possible 3.
Looks like it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
But against Colin, it's 3 wins from a possible 3. And yesterday, when she won by 4 legs to 0,
140.
she dominated the match and took advantage of a somewhat lackluster Osborne. She really
90.
could do with another one of those.
$22.
We have reached the stage in this group where we have to talk about what happens if somebody wins and how it affects them,
55.
but how it affects other people as well. Ashton wins this game. She joins Pallett on 12 points. That
60.
severely affects Conan Whitehead. All he can do is get to 12 points. Graham Hall has got 2 games
30.
left. He can get to 14, but he plays Conan Whitehead next. An enormous match in this group.
58.
And I always like, at this stage, to talk about the best case scenario for a player. And if you're supporting Lisa
85.
Ashton, the best case scenario is a win right here and a Conan Whitehead win next.
125.
And his confidence is going to be pretty good considering he's just had a match where he didn't miss a double.
87.
Then Lisa plays Conan in match 13 to finish her campaign. She will leave the mark. And she's left the mark on leg 1.
Lisa Ashton.
A 96 check out to embellish what she's been doing on the outer ring all day long.
Second leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
In this kind of form, you have to say that she will be an overwhelming favourite for the Women's World Match Play.
137.
But it would be remiss of me to say that I don't want to see
140.
an Ashton versus Sherrick final. I think everybody wants that. Apart from maybe the other 6 competitors at the World Match Play in Winter Gardens.
97.
There's so much in the way of chatter and gossip about who's the best lady player in the world. In fact, it's the same with the men. At the minute, everybody's saying Michael Smith's the best player in the world.
89.
That might be so, but he's not number 1 in the world. At the minute, there's people saying Bo Greaves is the best
100.
lady player in the world. Lisa Ashton's the best. Fallon's the best. What we need is a tournament where they're all in the same thing. What we need is Bo Greaves
58.
to make
Lisa
the match
Carr,
play
161.
with Ashton and Sherrick and the others like Gulliver, like Hedman, Winstanley, Suzuki. That's what we all
137.
want.
Colin Carr, 120.
Double top.
100. Lisa Carr,
Very
24.
fine margins, and it looks like it may be 6 straight legs for Ashton against Colin Osborne.
12. Colin
Not quite.
Carr, 20.
Quick sip of the H2O there for Colin, and looking to go H2O on double 5. Oh,
No
it's a
score.
big
Lisa
slip.
Carr, 12.
Ashton does get a second bite. And too aggressive on the
No
double
score.
3 and
Colin
has to
Carr,
bust the score.
20. Game shot on the
Osborne
second
does
leg. Colin
get
Osborne.
level at one leg all. You just don't know how costly that leg could be in the course of the rest of the day.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on. 60.
I want to give a big shout out to my friend and colleague Abby Davis, who's been watching the live league today. One of the most informed and
95.
articulate lady commentators and analysts within sport. Doing a fabulous job, Abby. Looking forward to working with you over the summer. And she has done
140.
some work with Sporty Stuff TV last year on the Euros. Did a great job with the likes of Paul Ince.
140.
And Abby is going to be with me commentating on the Women's World Match Play
60.
a little bit later in the summer. We are really looking forward to it. But every dart player
99.
will tell you there is no confidence like winning confidence. What would winning this week do for her?
100. Colin Osborne, 167.
We'll come back to that point in a second, because from a chronological point of
41.
view,
Lisa Osborne,
there is something to be said
141.
for winning this week. Leaves 11, almost
Colin
left double
Osborne,
18.
126.
She was too good there. Can Osborne be good enough? Double 6 for him.
114.
That
Lisa
double 6 bet does
11.
not want to be plugged in this match. How about double 4? Yes.
Game shot
Back
on
of
the
the net
third
for
leg.
Ashton.
Lisa
2-1 up.
Ashton.
And it could well have been 3-0. But all she needs right now are the points.
Fourth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
It has to be said as well that when Lisa Ashton did make the final on a Saturday night, a few phases ago,
97.
it was back in week 4 of phase 1. It was Osborne that beat her in that final game. I
95.
wonder if that's been on her mind this week. But if she was to make the top 3 this week and be back for Champions Week, she will have even more
68.
competitive practice leading into that Women's World Match Play in July. Maybe that's her motivation.
97.
She wants to be back here to ready herself for that challenge at the Winter Gardens.
100.
First things first, get to Saturday.
$140.
Staying upstairs, not going for the 19s. Is she going to pay for that?
60.
No, she's not. She's going to get 6 darts from here. Whether it was a gamble or ignorance of her leg position, it means nothing now. Sometimes she plays the game of darts like Teflon, water off a duck's back.
100.
She makes
Lisa
an error,
Osborne,
she forgets
32.
about it in a matter of seconds.
Game
And in
shot
a
on the
matter of
fourth
seconds,
leg. Lisa
she takes a
Ashton.
14 darter for a 3-1 lead. So the possibility of beating Osborne 4 times out of 4 this week is very close.
Fifth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
What has Colin done to Lisa? Oh, that's
60.
right. I've already mentioned it. He beat her in a final this year. Tuesday, it was 4-3 to Ashton. 4-1 on Wednesday. 4-0 yesterday.
140.
She has gradually pummeled him even more day on day.
40.
From an average perspective and a doubles perspective, this has been a close contest, but she has won the key battles.
96.
Pressure is off Colin now. He's not going to qualify, and he's already mentally making plans for the weekend.
140.
It's been a somewhat frustrating week. But I'm pretty sure he's going to return a little bit later in the year.
133.
Bullseye.
73. Colin,
She
your car
does have the
48.
slightest hint of a weakness. It's that third dart sometimes is delivered a bit too quickly.
8.
She gets a second
Lisa
bite
car 48.
for 2 valuable points. Oh, she's busted. It snagged
No
on the
score.
flight.
Colin, your car 40.
Trying to pitch it over the top and just under-delivered it. Double 10.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
you just
leg. Colin
wonder,
Osborne.
don't you? It should have been 4 legs to 1. Now that it's not, is that another costly leg lost?
6 leg. Colin did throw first. Game on.
Let's survey her leg difference at the minute. It's +3. Graham Hall, also on 10
41.
points, is on +1. If she'd have hit that double 16 or the double 8, she would have swollen that leg difference
59.
to +6. I hate to say it.
123.
Even if she gets across the line now, I just get the feeling that those legs could have been costly. And don't forget
26.
about the fact that she, as well as Colin, is now playing her 4th consecutive session.
140.
We might be going the distance now. Lisa has to refocus.
85.
Maybe now this game is all about just getting the points. It doesn't matter about the gap.
97.
Osborne doesn't care. He's just playing a game of darts.
81. Colin Urucar 100.
Double top.
Game
It's
shot on
now
the sixth leg.
3-3.
Colin Osborne.
And the one saving grace that Lisa has is that she has the darts in the last leg. She must use them well.
7th
or
and
her
final
lead
leg is Lisa
position.
to throw first. Game on.
Is very fragile.
60.
She's been in a commanding position in the table since the very get-go yesterday. She won her first game.
125.
She won her second game. That was against Osborne. She's always been in the fray.
180.
And she saved her first maximum for the very last leg of this contest.
55.
There aren't many bad times for maximums. There are some great times for maximums.
55.
That was one of them. It's given her a tiny little bit of breathing space. You can sense the urgency on her face.
58.
She's easy to read sometimes. There will be a huge sigh of relief if she gets out of this game with 2 points now.
85.
What a last dart.
$99. Lisa Carr
Good lead from Colin.
121.
Is this the end? It is.
Game shot on the match.
I
Lisa
said
Ashton.
a little bit earlier on today that her greatest strength was the ability to finish the job. She stuttered in her attempts to win it by 4 legs to 1, but what a way to finish that match. 84.88. You know what? The averages mean absolutely nothing. It's all about the points at this stage of the group. Ashton is now on 12 points, and she has kept her ascendancy towards Dave Pallett intact. It's now over to the others in the chasing pack. Conan Whitehead is now about to take on Graham Hall, and of the two, Graham Hall, if he wins this one, he will eliminate his opponent and get back onto 12 points himself. We are gradually whittling them down, and now it is a 4-horse race. But after this one, that could come down to 3. It's all up to Graham Hall as he looks to eliminate Conan Whitehead from the Group C table. Whitehead in 4th position needs to win his final 2 games. He's got to win them in a healthy manner, and he needs results to go his way as well. Dave Pallett looks out of sight because of his leg difference, but he needs Lisa Ashton to lose her final game to himself, and he needs help in the Graham Hall department as well from Ryan Furness. The situation was dire a couple of games ago, but he's done himself a favour by beating Furness by 4 legs to 1.
Game on.
Now, his scenario is 4-fold. Beat Hall, beat Ashton. He needs Hall to be beaten by Furness.
41.
And on top of that, he needs the leg difference to go his way. That's 4 things in 5 matches.
95.
But who are we to doubt Conan? Because in his last performance, he was exemplary. An average of 97.85 at 100% on doubles.
44.
Speaking of exemplary on doubles, how about that 121 checkout for Lisa Ashton in the last game just to get those 2 points away from Colin? That's what world champions do. As for Graham, what he's trying to do
22.
is get to 12 points in this match. By simply beating Conan, he will do that. He will eliminate Conan. And then it's all coming down to Pallett, Ashton and Hall in the last 4 matches. In fact, the last 3.
171.
Even though Dave Pallett has got 2 games left, he's the one who's more likely to succeed because his leg difference is at plus 15.
93. Conan Whitehead 135.
Slow start from Graham in his 4th game of the day. Don't go for the bull. There's no point. Go for a big 14. You love double 18. There you go.
99.
Listen to your Uncle Paul. I don't even know if I'm old enough to be his uncle.
140. Conan Whitehead 36.
Double 18. Half that score.
Game shot on the
beautiful
first
double
leg.
9
Conan Whitehead.
for a break of throw in leg 1, taking full advantage of a lackluster Graham Hall in that first leg. He needs to wake up
Second
quickly.
leg Conan to throw first. Game
That's
on.
the problem with this format. If you have a slow start, you're up against it.
$100.
Can you imagine the melee if this was best of 5 legs? In the early days of the live league, we used to play best of 9. And we'd play 6 or 7 games a day.
100.
If you think this is a hard format, go all the way back towards the middle part of 2020 when we were playing
140.
in our own homes with no air conditioning, not ideal conditions. 6 or 7 games a day of best of 9, and that was strung out between 10 o'clock in the morning and around 6 at night.
135.
There's not a day goes by that I don't think about those really hard days, but there's not a day goes by that I'm not grateful for them.
100.
If it wasn't for this project during the pandemic, things would have been a lot worse for me and some of my colleagues. We were very grateful for this, and we continue to be. And look at what it's blossomed into. One of the most important second-tier
99.
tournaments
Conan
in the
161.
world.
$85. Graham
Nice
Whitehead
leave.
167.
Hall's got to get a hold of this game before Conan starts running with it.
97.
Don't underestimate
Conan
just how
Whitehead
damaging it
76.
would be for Hall if he loses this match. Double top.
56.
I'd be disappointed with
Graham
that.
Whitehead 70.
Giving Hall a free hit at 70 to break straight back. What a picture-perfect 54 that was.
Game
and a
shot on
lovely
the
double
second
fort
leg,
in
Graham
recovery.
Hall.
As bad as his first leg was, that is a really good second leg.
Third leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
For a change, it's Graham Hall with the lesser average. It's usually him who has the more superior numbers
58.
when we're in the early stages or even at the end. He's made a bit of a reputation on it over the last couple of months. I'm starting to understand why he made the
80.
final of the Welsh Classic. He is firmly on my radar now. And I love discovering new players. When I saw him on our schedule for the week, I was excited to get to know
57.
this game that he has. He's proven a lot to us, especially earlier today when he put in the best average of the week against Dave Pallett of 110.59.
140.
What he would give for more of that right now. Here's the scary prospect
44.
for Graham. If he loses this game, Dave Pallett wins after this against Ryan Furness, and Lisa Ashton beats Conan. Before he's even finished
55.
his campaign, he's out. That's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario for him is him beating Conan, then Conan beating Lisa,
43.
Ryan Furness, and Colin Osborne beating Dave Pallett, but that's a lot to ask for.
100.
It's a bit like what the Premier League footballers and the teams that they play for say towards the end of the season. You want it to be in your own hands. There was a time
99.
where Liverpool
Conan Whitehead,
had the Premier League in their own
126.
hands, but ultimately they needed a favour in Manchester City's opponent.
$90.
There is a hush over this place. We're wondering what's going to happen next. And this is not a question of sport.
95. Conan Whitehead, 36. Game
That's
shot
what
on the
happens
third
next.
leg. Conan Whitehead.
It's another break of throw. That's 3 of them in this contest already. Can someone finally break that mould to take control of this game?
Fourth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
I always thought that if Conan was to grace the Ali Pali stage, that as far as props are concerned, because we have had Andy Hamilton walk onto
123.
that stage with a big inflatable hammer, and Steve Hine walking out with some muffins, I can imagine him having a very large inflatable Conan sword.
119.
A real one would be a bit too dangerous.
100.
That turns out to be a really good ton. And if you ask a professional dart player what is a good ton and which one is a bad one, the bad one is where you get the 60 first. The good one
60.
is when you get the 60 last. There is a lot of grip on those darts that taper out
128.
towards that smooth part of the tapered barrel towards the point. It's a very individual design, but it's a design that has stood him in good stead over the course of quite a few years.
100.
Firmly
Conan
advantage
150.
Conan right now. He's maintaining a very high level of play, not just in this game, but in the previous one.
100.
He's having a hot spell. And over this spell, he's averaging around 100. Needs to be big.
180. Conan Whitehead 50.
But he still needs favours.
Green
Oh,
shoulder
Conan,
foreplay.
what have
Conan
you just
Whitehead.
done? Nobody thought that was about to happen. I am shell-shocked.
Fifth leg Graham to throw first. Game on.
He even gave the camera look as well. Move over, Simon Whitlock. Look what I can do with one dart, not three.
54.
I was certain he was going for a 14 for double 18. That was
55.
the ultimate show of confidence. I haven't seen that done very often. Dimitri Vandenberg against Phil Taylor in Australia in an exhibition to win a tournament did that.
180.
I've seen Royden Lamb do it at the World Championship against Wes Newton. But it cannot be ignored that Whitehead has still
43.
got work to do. He may have carved out his own YouTube moment.
40.
But what he wants is more moments for the rest of the week. And oddly, that's his biggest checkout of the match as well.
84.
I just had to add that to the mix. To be fair to Graham Hall, he's remained very focused over the last few minutes. He's in real trouble.
86.
Only a maximum will do here.
180.
And that's what he gets.
Graham Whitehead 141.
This leg isn't over. There is a degree of confidence about Conan right now that I haven't seen for quite a while. And that's good news, because that leaves 107.
54.
Can't recover.
Conan Whitehead 139.
Can he leave tops?
59.
No.
Graham Whitehead 87.
First time of 3 that he needs to be successful in saving his skin. Bullseye.
62.
Can
Conan
Whitehead
Whitehead 80.
put him away in this game and keep his challenge active? And in doing so, damage Hall's chances of coming through this group, which is about as tight as they come.
60.
That was a
Graham
damaging
Whitehead
single
25.
20. Just hit the wall. Now it's down to Hall. And I'm starting to sound like Dr. Seuss. Double 8. What a marker.
17.
It hasn't happened for him
Conan Whitehead
in this
20.
game. Everything
Game
has
shown
gone
in match,
Conan's way.
Conan Whitehead.
And 4-1 to him keeps his challenge alive. But that game will be remembered forever here in the Live League for hitting 50 in one dart. The audacious nature of that. Wow, what a shot. And it remained his biggest checkout of the entire match. But ultimately, the checkouts were brilliant. The average was very, very good indeed at 96. And he's still alive in this contest for the top 2. That is the most important thing. We are going to see Dave Pallett against Ryan Furness next. And Dave Pallett is going to be very close to qualification if he wins against the person at the foot of the table. Coming up after this. folks, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Group C is starting to take shape, but there are 3 people left now who can qualify in the 2 spots available. One of the people who have fallen by the wayside is Graham Hall. He can no longer qualify, so unfortunately his second effort of the week has fallen short. However, Dave Pallett has qualified because of his superior leg difference. Let's see what he can do right now against Ryan Furness. That plus 15 next to the diff column, which stands for difference,
First leg is David to throw first.
has gotten him through.
Game on.
He can't be caught by the person chasing him. One more win and he will win the group. Simple as that.
128.
But he's got 2 more games to go. This one and a game against Colin Osborne, which will be just like this one. It'll be for position.
140.
The other qualifying position is all about the next game. Furness's last game against Graham Hall is now a dead rubber.
$138.
Simply put, Conan Whitehead needs to beat Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 2 or better in order to make it through to the finals.
123.
If Lisa gets 3 legs in that contest, she is safe.
$100.
But maybe we can see the best of these two now that they know their fate. Ryan's going back to Salisbury in the next hour or so. Dave
100.
is staying.
David O'Carr 135. $83.
So the lineup so far
Leon Collins
for Saturday night
138.
includes Josh Payne and Dave Pallett. Tantalising to say the least.
98. David O'Carr 52.
He's been playing at such a high level for the last couple of days. He's looked assured, rhythmic, and accurate.
32.
And
Ryan
it's a
O'Carr
shock
40.
when he misses shots like that.
Game shot on
However,
the
Ryan
first leg.
Furness does
Ryan
not
Furness.
miss, and he takes a much, indeed valuable break of throw in that first leg of the contest.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Let's not forget that Ryan's only got 1 win, and he doesn't want to walk away with just 2 points.
60.
Yesterday was hurtful for him, losing all 5 games. It scuppered any chance that he had of qualifying on Friday. And we're talking about a player who has
100.
qualified a few times before. He's had success this year in winning a week in Phase 3.
100.
He won week 3 in Phase 3 by beating Daryl Pilgrim in that final. And Pilgrim will return later on this evening alongside the likes of Dennant, Matt Jackson, Kev Painter,
128.
and they will do battle from 10 p.m. I'm not forgetting about Lee Cox as well. He's got 4 points and a very realistic chance of getting in the top 3.
128.
It's an aggressive route there for Dave. Looking to get the 2 trebles, which he does find. And this is one of those numbers where he can get that darting brain whirring around. And I 100% believe that the right shot here is treble 19 first. But he's not going to go that route. You may ask why. You get a treble 20, you need another treble for a double. You get a treble 19, you can go 2 doubles, which is more surface area. Double 18.
95.
And a miss
David
in the
O'Carr
northeast
40.
corner for Furness costs him a 2-leg lead.
Game shot on the
2-leg lead
second
that he's
leg.
not going to
David
get just
Pallett.
yet, because Pallett does break straight back in leg number 2. I just fear for Ryan Furness if Pallett is starting to warm
throw
up.
first. Game on. $100.
Exciting averages after a couple of legs. We'll see how they pan out over the next 2 or 3 more. Dave O'Ryan will be hoping
100.
there are only 3 more legs in this contest, giving them a 4-1 win.
$140.
Ryan's not going to get his way off the bottom of the table by the looks of it, because his leg difference is the exact opposite to that of Pallett at minus 13.
45.
He's resigned to his fate.
$123.
Pallett is starting to find his range on a regular basis.
121. David O'Connor, 138.
He's going to be highly fancied when it comes to Saturday night, the way he's played this week. Let's not forget, where you finish in these groups depends.
58.
Well, it stipulates where you will play in which group on Saturday night, because with the 6 players, we split them up into 2 groups of 3. Round robin format, 2 matches each.
David O'Connor, 80.
They stipulate who goes through to the semi-finals.
$60.
Double
Ryan
top there.
O'Connor, 130.
And that's now 1 hit from 5 for Pallett, so the doubles aren't as accurate as they were a little bit earlier. He gets away with it.
94. David O'Connor, 20.
Superb.
Shot on the third leg. David
That's
Pallett.
what I like to call a landlocked double. Nowhere near the coast, right in the middle.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on. $58.
When we get to this stage of the week, I get very excited about who's going to make it through, who's going to play each other on Saturday night, and ultimately who's going to make it to Champions Week. I'm excited for the prospect of some of these players banking quite a lot of money. 2,000 quid, as we say in England, is a lot of cash for people playing at this level. They may be going around independent events around the country and playing for maybe £500 in a tournament. But there aren't many tournaments worth £2,000 a week, with the ability of tripling that by coming back for another week. That's what this is all about. Giving these players opportunities to play well, to enhance their games,
140.
to prove themselves in front of your beady eyes, and mine as well.
60.
This one is getting away from Furness now. I think some of the adrenaline has left his body, whereas Pallett
134.
may not be aware that he's qualified already. I'm privileged to speak to the producers here who do all the numbers for us.
140. David
He may
O'Connor,
not have
32.
found the newspaper on his doorstep saying Pallett is
Being shot on
qualified.
the fourth leg, David
He
Pallett.
probably thinks at this stage that a 3-1 lead is very cushy, which it is, but he may still think he needs another leg to get that qualification.
Fifth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Or maybe he's just motivated by topping the group.
130.
And by winning this game, he is going to top the group, because he's not going to be caught with that leg difference, which is a little bit ridiculous. If he has a 4-1 win here, and a 4-2 or 4-1 or 4-0 victory in his last game, he's going to top plus 20, which I haven't seen
100.
in ages. I don't think he's going to top the best average of the day by Graham Hall of 110.
140.
But what he might do is get a new personal best for the week. 103.66 is his current
63.
best. Not to say that Ryan Furness has played poorly. He hasn't. Look at that 98
50.
average.
David Ducar 158.
Someone offered me that. I'd take it. But this is a very hard school. And maybe for the first time, Dave Pallett has started to do something
54.
a little bit different. He was going for 2 54s in bull there. I saw that, Dave. I saw what you tried to do.
$140. David Ducar 104.
To win the match and to top the group. Not just yet.
52. Ryan Newark 71.
Double 10.
Game
Ooh,
shown the
yeah,
fifth
very
leg,
good
Ryan
indeed.
Furness.
So Dave Pallett's going to have to wait a little bit longer for his little march towards the number 1. Will it finish in leg 6?
6 leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
It's going to have to be against the throw if that's the case.
57.
I was having a chat with Ryan Furness the last time I was here a few weeks ago, and we were talking about the infamous Salisbury poisonings.
134.
He said he wasn't actually that far away when it happened. He said that that area of his beloved hometown
45.
was cordoned off for quite some time. It's a bit unfortunate that such a lovely place is tarnished by such a story.
100.
It's a bit like my hometown from when I was growing up. The great town of Blythe, up in Northumberland on the northeast coast.
100.
Famous for pretty much 2 things. 1, the mighty Spartans, one of the best non-league clubs in the world. And current
85.
Newcastle United centre-back, Dan Byrne, who not only lives in Blythe, but also resides from there earlier in his life. And we're very proud of him as well.
140.
Dave Pallett might be looking to leave double 1 here. I think he fancied it. He'll have to settle
100.
for 82. Must switch.
47. David
Good enough,
Ducar,
unfortunately.
82.
And Pallett will be looking to finish with a flourish. Why does he do that on 82? Well,
Game shot
that
on
is
the
the
match,
right way to
David
go.
Pallett.
If you're Dave Pallett, he hasn't done anything weird and wonderful so far this week until now. That double 11 makes sure that he is going to top this group. He flummoxed me a little bit, but he hasn't flummoxed the calculator because he has found his way to another ton plus average. It's not a personal best, and the checkouts were very good at half as well. But he is going to top this group, and he is going to have 1 match left a little bit later on. The next match, though, is the big one to see who joins Dave Pallett in Saturday's finals. Will it be Whitehead or Ashton? Watch out for this one coming after this break. Hello and welcome back to the last round of matches here in Group C. And if you would like some proof as to how good this Group C has been, they are only 0.02 of a point in overall average behind the best Group C we've ever had here at the Online Darts Live League. But this match is key. Whoever wins it will go through, but Lisa Ashton only needs 3 legs. Conan needs to win by 4 legs to 2 or better. So if Conan wins by 4 legs to 3, it won't be enough. Ashton has been in the top 2 all day long. She does not want to let it go at the last
First
hurdle.
leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
Just to give you an indication of how well certain players have been playing today, Dave Pallett averaging 98.18 for the day. If he has another good performance in his last game against Osborne, he could well have the best overall Group C performance that we've ever had. That currently stands at 97 exactly for Josh Payne back in Phase 2.
58.
But that just goes to show how good Pallett has been. He's already through, though.
45.
We want to know who's going to join him. Conan has averaged 91.76 for today, which is much better than yesterday. He's raised his average 100. By a good 5 points. Lisa herself has raised her average by about
60.
About a point. But her finishing has been supreme. Especially at the end of the last match against Colin Osborne when she really needed 2 points. She came out with a 1-2-1 on the bull to finish it.
100.
She really could do with getting a break of throw early in this match. She needs one at some point if she wants to win the game.
40.
But 6 consecutive holds of throw to take us to a 7th leg will mean Lisa's through. Just to paint that picture.
60. Conan 144.
And I would be amazed if she didn't know what she had to do. 72 left.
$84. Lisa Carr,
Lisa get a shot at double 8. There's your answer.
95. Conan Carr 60.
These are the vital battles that need to be won.
Game shot
and
on
Conan
the first
wins
leg.
the first battle. He needs to win this. He needs to get the 4 legs without leaving Lisa on something like 3 legs herself. Don't forget that.
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
That's the last thing she needs.
80.
That happened quite a bit on Wednesday when she was clattering into those darts. Imagine the pressure that Conan's under. He's put himself in with a chance.
85.
Everything that he needed to go his way has happened to give him this hope.
59.
But each leg he loses in this game keeps more pressure on him to be brilliant on every turn he has.
140.
That's a better first start.
140.
And as to how she gets that dart in with those barrels, I have no idea. She is such a genius at times.
140.
Some things make sense to me in darts, some things don't. But over anything else, she understands how her darts behave.
58. Conan 130.
Still advantage Whitehead against the darts this time. Double 8. He's at the halfway point with a real haymaker. He has played so well his last couple of games. I'm not just talking about that bullseye with 50 points in one dart in his previous match. He's scored well. He's averaged well.
First. Game on.
He's doubled well. And boy, is he playing well in this game as well. So far, ruthless
140.
in denying Ashton even one shot at a double.
60.
Conan's got a lot of friends in the
45.
East Kent area where he's from. I've spent a lot of time with some of his friends, even coaching some of the people that he knows.
140.
They all talk glowingly of him, as they should. He's the kind of person that will go to bat for you. He's the ideal teammate.
81.
But this is not a team sport today.
$100.
Steady away is Lisa. The equivalent of 3 tons to start this one, but Whitehead has got the answers.
130.
The first max to leave 55, which is a guaranteed shot.
$59. Conan Whitehead, 55.
If he gets this, Ashton needs to win 3 straight. Double 18. Oh, he's laid down
47.
the gauntlet.
Lisa Carr, 140.
Over to you, Lisa. That was a very interesting play.
110. Conan Whitehead, 8.
The only thing left to do is to hit double 4. It hasn't worked.
Lisa Whitehead, 32.
Maybe he should have gone for double 9. Oh, it's
14.
the wrong double.
Conan Whitehead, 4.
Nothing's going right for the Lancashire Rose in game number 13 because
Game shot on the
Whitehead has
third
now
leg.
got
Conan
to 3
Whitehead.
legs and he's got a ton of chances from this position to qualify. He can win either 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2.
Fourth leg Lisa to throw first. Game on.
She needs 3 legs to get through on leg difference.
59.
And considering what's happened in this game so far, it's unlikely, but not impossible.
60.
There's a difference of 7 in the averages. Conan has bossed it, even though it's only 85.
96.
If Lisa was to leave us today, she will be devastated. She's been in the top 2 of this table
81.
since game 1 of her campaign yesterday against Conan, which she won by 4 legs to 3.
100.
What she would give for that result now. But this guy looks rested. He looks fresh. He looks practiced. I don't remember the last time I saw him this confident.
100.
Whatever he's been doing with his darts over the last 6 months, because I haven't seen a great deal of him. Maybe he just wanted a break.
60.
But he looks
Lisa
good.
Carr, 146.
The comeback must start now.
60. Conan
Earlier
Carr,
on in the day,
160.
They were visits with trebles. They're drying up all of a sudden.
60. Lisa Carr, 86.
Can she get on the scoreboard to plant that seed of doubt? double 7.
72.
She
Conan
hit double 7 in the
100.
match, remember? When she didn't need it. Tops, tops. He can't see it because of his own flight. And he hit his own flight on the way through.
60. Lisa require 14.
Forgot about the option of treble 16 and double.
Game shot on the
First
fourth
one down.
leg.
She
Lisa
needs 2
Ashton.
more. Things are getting pretty tense. She has to remain focused. And this time she doesn't have the darts.
Fifth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
Can you imagine if she does win this leg? Essentially,
100.
it would be a 1-leg shootout for qualification.
100.
I said earlier in the day that she was an incredible closer. The kind of world champion that knows how to get things done.
100.
Now, I'm not getting over myself and saying that this is the same pressure as being in a world championship stage. But it's still
140.
pressure. Pressure put on themselves by themselves. Lisa does not want to go home.
85.
She wants to play it tomorrow. All of a sudden,
100.
she's finding just a little bit more. The average is starting to climb. The confidence is starting to exude a little bit. Conan makes a good
71.
call.
Lisa require 161.
51. Would have left the bull.
97. Conan require 145.
He had a 136 earlier in the game. This one is a little bit harder. But it is to qualify.
125.
And the match shot has
Lisa
been
require
missed.
64.
To survive. It's
44.
not there.
Conan, you
And
require
Whitehead gets
20.
a second bite to guarantee his ticket to Saturday.
Ten. Lisa
That is
require
now
20.
4 match darts missed. Ashton again. This time
Game shot on the
it's
fifth
good.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
And we have that scenario of a 1-leg shootout to see who joins Dave Pallett and Josh Payne on Saturday night in the Week 2 finals in Phase
Sixth leg,
4.
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
It's that simple. Those averages do not matter. The amount of 180s do not matter.
140.
Whatever they have done the rest of the week does not matter. This leg matters.
78.
I'm tempted to just be silent for the rest of it, which I'm sure some of you
140.
would be very happy to hear. But look at what she's doing. She stole that last leg.
58.
But as soon as she gets a chance at something, look at what she does.
60.
She's got more in the tank right now, and she's got a lead of 204 points.
97. Lisa Carr,
Clinging
161.
on with everything he's got left. But she's got 6 minimum.
99.
She's gone into hyperspeed, a comfortable rhythm. And she's only 2 darts away from making a second Saturday night here at the Online
Lisa
Darts
Carr,
Live League.
62.
56 remain. She's not getting a shot.
22.
And this would be a wicked way
Conan Carr,
of
170.
putting this one away. Not meant to be. So it's 3 clean darts at tops,
134.
with an opponent
Lisa
sitting on double
40.
18 in a one-leg shootout.
Conan
3 darts
36.
missed for qualification, and now Conan gets 3 of his own for qualification.
27.
That's now 7
Lisa,
darts
you're
he has
20.
missed to qualify for Saturday night. What a weird game. And
15.
Ashton has missed 6.
Conan, you require 9.
You can feel the pressure. Double 4.
Game
It's
shot of the
there,
match. Conan
and Conan
Whitehead.
Whitehead wins the game and also wins a spot in Saturday night. You have to feel for Lisa Ashton. She put up such a great fight and she should have qualified in the end. But the same could have been said in the previous leg for Conan. The nerves were there, but ultimately he was the one who got across the line. We wish Lisa all the very best with the Women's Series next week, so we will see her hopefully a little bit later in the year. But we're going to see Conan tomorrow. As far as the next game is concerned, Dave Pallett, who has already won this group, will now take on Colin Osborne in our penultimate match of Group C. I think it's very hard for us to say to Lisa Ashton right now that it's tough for her to take, but unfortunately for her, it will be tough to take after so many missed starts for qualification. But congratulations to Conan Whitehead, who will join Dave Pallett in Saturday night. Speaking of Dave Pallett, he's about to finish his campaign here in Group C against Colin Osborne. There we see Lisa in third position, and that is where she will
Looks
stay.
like it's Colin to throw first.
Unless Graham
Game
Hall
on.
beats Ryan Furness by 4-0. That will come in match number 15. You'll have to wait maybe 10-15 minutes for that one.
$85.
Well, it has to be said about Dave Pallett, who has had a spectacular campaign.
140.
He's shooting for something in this match as well, although he probably doesn't know it. In fact, I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
140.
His running average for the day, 98.18. And if he can stay above 97 for the day, it will be the best individual average
60.
for any Group C over the last 18 months. That will be some achievement, considering some of the Group Cs that we've seen.
43.
Kevin Burness last year won every game in a Group C. He got a perfect 20 points, but he didn't play at this level.
56.
Not to mention the fact that Pallett has had multiple ton plus averages, and one of those coming in his previous game against Ryan Furness.
180.
Osborne's not done yet.
$97. Colin Osborne, 53.
Single 13 for tops.
$13.
How close were they?
David O'Carr, 148.
Treble 18, potentially, or treble 20? Mr. Conventional all of a sudden.
$128. Colin O'Carr, 40. Game shot on the first
beautifully
leg.
done by
Osborne.
Colin Osborne. He takes a first leg hold, and Pallett, who won't be too fussed if he was to lose this game, but he
Second leg,
does
David
not
to throw
want
first. Game
to
on.
lose it. In beating Osborne, he would ensure that he wins the daily table as well. On 8 points.
177.
And he starts perfectly here in leg 2. And we're still on the search for our first 9 darter of 2022, so come on, Dave.
100.
It's on. No longer. Osborne was a key viewer there
100.
as well. The overall average for Dave Pallett for the group so far is 97.28,
82.
which is better than Jim McEwen's effort from Phase 1 in Group C over the 10 games. So he could break 2 records if he plays well in this match. Not only the daily record of a Group C effort from Josh Payne, but also the overall Group C record. That's how good he's been.
100. David
We're talking about
84.
multiple weekly winner Josh Payne and phase winner Jim McEwen.
$52.
This is a much better leg. Whatever Colin goes on to
87.
next,
David
because
O'Carr,
he
32.
won't be here tomorrow, we do wish him the best, and we hope he comes back soon.
Game
But
shot on the
Pallett
second leg.
is
David
level
Pallett.
after 2. A very good leg in 14 darts, which is around about the 107 average. So he's very much on course for that individual
Third leg,
record.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
And when you're comfortable throwing at this level, it means
26.
that you're comfortable winning, you're comfortable playing well, and you are going to trouble your opponents. That is a fact.
83.
And you may need this kind of level on a Saturday night, because if you cast your mind back to Saturday last week, we saw some ridiculous numbers from the likes of Robert Owen.
101.
He set a new personal best in a best-of-7 match here at the Live League of 115.62. And we know what Dave
60.
can do. We know what Josh can do. They've had big averages this year. I still think that Live League record of Jason Askew from Phase 1, Week 1 last year
60.
could be broken. And call me completely selfish, but I want to be in the commentary box when that happens.
94. 100.
I wonder if Osborne is going to go back to the Challenge Tour for a little bit more of a challenge there over the next few months. There will be more events. His best effort, a last 16 this year,
95.
where coincidentally he lost to Jim McEwen. That was back on the 23rd of January. Hasn't played on the Challenge Tour since the 3rd of April.
140.
Well, that was a day where he took out Nathan Gervin, and right now that's looking like a very good win. As for Pallett,
99. Colin
he hasn't
Osborne,
played on the
74.
Challenge Tour since that very same day. He's made the last 16 also, but he's also made a semi-final this year, where he lost out to Danny Van Tripe.
34.
He could well
David
take this
Lucar,
leg away
70.
from Osborne if he can find 70 points. Many ways you can get this. 10s, 18s, even 14s.
50. Colin
You
Osborne,
can't leave Osborne
40.
on tops. This guy loves tops. Maybe not as much as he usually does.
20.
And Pallett's got away
David
with one.
Lucar, 20. Game shot on the
Just
third leg.
really well
David
thrown.
Pallett.
You look at those darts hitting the sisal of that dartboard, and they're not wobbling one little bit. He's throwing everything well.
Fourth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
One of the tricks to being a great dart player is
83.
having the dart comfortable in your hand, but at the same time being able to throw it in such a comfortable manner that it just
59.
flows through the air. You look at the slow motion of some players' darts when they're travelling the distance to the board, and they don't have any effort in them at all.
80.
I remember looking at a slow motion
83.
video of Michael van Gerwen's dart in the air. It was a thing of beauty. The dart wasn't spinning, it was just hovering through the air. Like one of those albatrosses you see in South America.
60.
Just gliding through the sky.
$99.
Still advantage Pallett here in leg 4. Retains the throw, but it has to be said, in this game, that first dart has not been perfect.
58.
If he's losing a little bit of energy, I wouldn't be surprised. But he's losing ground on that individual performance record.
100.
We will keep those numbers to hand for you for Saturday. And we'll see what happens as he tries to etch his name into Live League history.
140. Colin Osborne, 160.
That's pretty typical of what's happened to Colin this week,
40.
unfortunately.
David Osborne, 80.
He He's been seeing a lot of those darts slipping left into the single or the treble 5. Double 10 again. Ozzy was smiling for a second there. He thought
Colin
the leg was over.
120.
He was wrong. Just laid on top of that one. Just underpitched it.
100.
Give it a chance.
David, you require 20.
And Pallett can count himself a little bit lucky here that he didn't hit the double 15 on the previous visit. Got to give it a go, Dave.
10. Colin, you require 20.
Oops. That's what I'd be saying to myself if that had happened. Same double for Osborne.
No score. David,
You
require
can't hit
10.
what Pallett just missed. One of the worst legs that both guys have had this week. Double 1.
Eight.
We have not seen
Colin,
many
you
players on
require
double 1
20.
this week. I don't remember a time where we've seen Dave Pallett on double 1 at all. He's thinking, how was that missed? Which side does he want to throw it from? I think this is the correct call. Oh!
No score.
How
David,
was-
require 2.
How was that one missed as well? 3 magnetised to the wire. Dave won't mind if he's got one magnetised to the outside wire as long as it's not the third one. Just work your way down.
No score.
Not that
Colin, you
far.
require 20.
I think we're seeing some adrenaline leaving bodies right here.
Game
And it
shot on the
is
4th leg. Colin Osborne.
In there for a 26 dart break of throw. I wasn't expecting to see that in this match, that's for sure, at
5th leg,
2-2.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
I think it's fair to say that Pallett's got no idea about that individual performance record. It might be falling by the wayside.
55.
Let's just remind you of what you got coming up a little bit later on tonight. Kevin Painter will start his table on 2 points. He's in
98.
4th position, just ahead of Matt Jackson, who is on 2 points and a leg difference of -5. One person on 4 points, that's Lee Cox, who currently resides
41.
in a position of qualification in 3rd. Top 2 positions taken by Daryl Pilgrim and Matthew Dennant. They're sitting on 6 points after their 3 wins from 4.
100.
And we will start our schedule tonight from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV once again. I will be live on Sporty Stuff
78.
around 8:25 to give you some tips for tonight. But based on the way I tipped last night, you don't want to listen to me. I
140.
do have a bit more information at my disposal for tonight, though, based on what happened 24 hours ago.
44.
Pallett's having a somewhat better leg here on the scoring. If you're going to have a bit of a disaster, best to do it when you've already qualified, I say.
97.
That doesn't mean he doesn't want to win this match. He wants to get to 16 points, which would be a very healthy Group C total.
140. David requires 66.
Double 18.
Game
what a
shot on
weird
the
game
5th
this
leg.
is.
David Pallett.
He could not complete a leg in the previous shot in 27 darts, but this time 15's good.
Six-leg Davy to throw first. Game on.
Everybody's entitled to have a bad leg now and again. But that 15 darter was for a break. He's now throwing
100.
to finish off his campaign in fine style. Yesterday, when he beat Osborne by 4 legs to 1, he averaged 99.3
96.
and has stayed in the high 90s ever since. This is by far his worst average, but he could still win.
140.
Think about Osborne losing that match to Pallett. His stats were just under the 94 mark. And the reason he didn't get any more legs is because he could only convert 25% of his chances. '17s, surely.
27.
Oh, that's a bit messy. There's that drifty 5 again.
45.
He's hoping to eradicate that the next time he comes down here to the live league. Or indeed to his next tournament. I'm not entirely sure what his next challenge will be.
82.
He's quite vocal on social media and always positive. And if you want to chuck Colin
60.
a quick
David
tweet a little bit later today, he would
152.
appreciate it. He's put his heart and soul into this week, but it hasn't worked out for him.
42.
Things getting a
Colin,
bit
you
messy in
recall
the last 6 darts
160.
again for Pallett. Oh,
83.
that's a bad deflection
you
into the
recall
treble one. He
110.
thought he'd scored 140. That leaves 56. That leaves double 4. And that's typical
Game
Pallett.
shot and the match.
Wonderfully
David
done.
Pallett.
Just likes to do things a little bit differently. But a 4-2 win against Colin Osborne in fine style with 2 trebles and double 4. Give him the Group C title. Congratulations to Dave. The averages don't mean a great deal. Everything went downwards after that leg that we had, which only could be converted in 26 darts. Pallett will forget about that now. He has the top medal, and he will go into Saturday night as a very, very good chance of making Champions Week. We have one more match for you. Ryan Furness has been eliminated alongside Graham Hall, but they will do battle one more time before we close out Group C for today. Welcome back, and we have one more match for you in Group C. We're now down to Graham Hall and Ryan Furness. Unfortunately, it is a dead rubber, as both players will not qualify for Saturday night. Pallett has dominated this group towards the end, and he has created a 4-leg cushion, a 4-point cushion even. And look at that leg difference at plus 19. That's what made things really comfortable towards the end. But Conan Whitehead qualifies by 1 leg. Graham Hall, if he wins this match, can get over Lisa Ashton, but only if he wins by 4 legs to 0. Ryan Furness is destined to stay in the basement.
First leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on. $60.
One thing we can say about Dave Pallett is that he has broken one record, and that record of the best individual performance over the whole of Group C.
59.
With a 95.4 average for the 10 games, breaks the Jim McEwen record, which was previously 95.06. So congratulations once again to Dave Pallett for breaking a record today. But he wasn't able to break the individual day record set by Josh Payne of 97.00.
180.
He ended up with 94.33 after that drop in form in his last game.
60.
Having said that, Graham Hall has a chance of breaking that individual record himself, because coming into this, he's on 97.36.
92.
It means absolutely nothing, though, because he's not going to qualify for the second time this week and third
92.
time overall. That's 3
170.
groups. 3 times he hasn't qualified. 3 times he's been really close.
$96. Ryan Newcar 170.
We haven't had a 170 today. We did have one last night.
60. Graham Newcar 74.
And this one's been playing at a bit of a rapid pace. Double 16.
$42.
Just went to knock it in off the other dart and
110.
missed it. No joy in the 110.
50. Graham Newcar 32.
And Hall comes back for the first leg break of throw once again.
Game shot on
And
the
that's what he
first leg.
gets
Graham
in
Hall.
17 darts. So in his quest to have that best individual average record, he may have to find a little bit more accuracy than that.
Second leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Because 17 darts is an 88.41 average. He may need to find something a bit more like the 11 darters that he's had plenty of
84.
this week. We haven't had a great deal of games go the distance today. We've had a lot of 4-2s. But I'm just counting them up. There've only been 2 games go the distance. Graham beating Colin Osborne 4-3 in Game 7. And Ashton
44.
beating Osborne by 4 legs to 3 in Game 10. That's it. I wonder what kind of action we're going to get tonight. I'm
60.
really excited for tonight, because anything's possible. But we do know that Kevin Painter's got to have a much improved performance early tonight. Otherwise, he will be eliminated by the halfway point.
180.
Oh, I forgot about Ryan Furness against Colin Osborne in match 5 as well. That completely slipped over my head. There's been 3 of them.
62.
My bad.
$93.
Look on the bright side for Ryan, who had a pointless day yesterday. He has managed to get one win, and that 4-3 against Osborne in match 5 is the only 2 points he has banked. Double top. Much better. That takes his average towards 97. It's getting pretty close for that average record. If he can replicate those 2 legs in the next 2, it may just be good enough.
95.
But it'll be really tight. It will be stark consolation.
100.
Average records and things like that. They're nice if they go alongside
100.
Qualification and winning and getting to Champions Week, that kind of thing. But when they come and you haven't got any of those other things, it doesn't mean much.
34.
Just a tick of the box for the statisticians, really, and for people like me.
$41.
Funnily enough, I mentioned 4 threes, of which there have only been 3 today. Let me just emphasize there have been 3 today. There were more yesterday.
99.
And this was one of them. Graham won it in 7 legs. In fact, there were 4 4-3s yesterday. The first 2 matches.
133.
In fact, it was the first and third. And then a little bit later on in matches 13 and 14, which were also taking the distance.
128. Ran your car 132.
7 is no help in that spot. He wants to get a 25.
84.
The other option there really was the treble
Ran
11.
your car 140.
He was going for treble 17 for double 7 for some reason.
$60. Ran you acquire 48.
It's up to Ryan to get his first leg of this contest right here. His doubling today at times has been fine. But throughout
40.
the group, unfortunately,
80.
it hasn't been good enough. Ooh, hello, tops, tops. Now only 1 tops.
60.
I always marvel at people doing
8.
that. I've never done it myself, going for 2 double tops on 80 with 3 darts. I just don't see the sense in it.
Game shot on the third leg.
I can see the sense in that one. Ryan Furness finally getting his first leg of the contest. And now Graham Hall throws for a 3-1 lead.
4th leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Whatever you're doing this afternoon, I hope you have something nice planned, whether it's maybe watching the US Open Golf from Brookline.
57.
Maybe getting ready to watch our coverage of the Greyhound racing a little bit earlier here on Sporty Stuff TV.
125.
Or indeed watching a bit of darts elsewhere. Or how about spending a bit of time in the sunshine?
96.
Depending on where you are and what the weather is like.
$43.
I'm going to be getting ready for tonight, crunching the numbers, figuring out who's going to do what, trying to look into my mystic darting crystal ball.
100.
See if I can carve out some pretty good tips for you later.
$100.
See if I can paint myself in glory a little bit later on. This is glorious. Oh, how did that go in?
180.
I don't even think he knows how that went in. That really made him smile. Sometimes
59.
you see a dart that just doesn't make
68.
sense. I maintain that this guy has got something.
60.
But he hasn't got leg 4 yet. I emphasise on the yet. And that average record is slipping away as his stats go down to 92.
Graham, you require 8.
He's going to need to find this and some sort of big leg.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
In leg number 5, potentially. Well, box number 1 is ticked. How about box number 2? What can he do in the next leg to see if he can get that record?
5th leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
There you see his average 91.5.
60.
It's going to need to be a big effort here if he wants that record. I think he's going to need a 12 darter. Maybe a 13.
$93.
And let me re-emphasize, he will know absolutely nothing about this. So maybe Josh Payne's record
93.
Individual performance on one day in Group C is safe. Very much like his participation tomorrow night.
85.
Ryan's been plugging away, but he has been a bit flat over the last 3 or 4
96.
matches. You can understand that after he was really swept aside yesterday by some excellent play from his opponents. Doesn't detract.
140.
From the fact that he is a very good player.
85.
I'm reliably informed that if Graham Hall wants that record, 13 darts would do it by 2/100ths of a point. So he must set up a double here, which is not going to happen. So the record for Josh
100.
is intact.
Ryan require 167.
But what he can get is a 4-1 victory to say goodbye
43.
to week number 2 of Phase 4.
83.
And based on how he's played this week, I am positive we'll see him again. Bullseye. And he finds
50.
another
Ryan
single
require
17.
124.
Bullseye for Ryan.
99. Graham, you require
Not a bad
33.
try at all. Graham needs double 16 to finish his campaign.
Game
And he's
shot
done a
on the
fine
match.
job.
Graham Hall.
Winning by 4 legs to 1. It's pretty much in vain, but it is a good performance. 90.91, the highest check out of 100. He has been brilliant this week to watch. I have really been educated as to how good Graham Hall is. We'll see more from him in the future, and of course, more from Ryan Furness. But Dave Pallett and Conan Whitehead have qualified for Saturday night alongside Josh Payne. That's 3 spots that have been booked for Saturday night here on Sporty Stuff TV. We've got 3 more to hand out, and that will be in roughly just under 8 hours time, 10 p.m. tonight local time, and we will kick off Group B to see who will book their spots in the finals for Week 2 in Phase 4. Have a great afternoon, everybody. This is The Asset, signing out for now. We'll see you in just under 8 hours. All the best.